In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the C3 Friday Free-For-All, the show for Panther fans by Panther fans. That's right. You can be a part of today's show. The link to join the Streamyard is in the description box of the YouTube video. It's in the description box of the Facebook. I'll also be posting it to the chat room in just a minute. That's what this show is about, Panther fan participation. I'm your host, Cody Lashney, joined once again by my Friday free-for-all compatriots, man. Nick Montero, both rocking them, me and my man rocking them Panther beanies today. Oh, shit. What's going on, bro?
Doing good, man. Felt like breaking it out. My sister got this for me last Christmas, so had to rock it today. Plus, it's getting cold, getting ready for that snow. Gotta rock the warm hat.
Dude, I was about to ask you too, and yeah, mine's a family hat too. My mom got this for me for Christmas, so it felt like a good day to break it out.
Definitely.
But yeah, man, y'all have a bunch of snow coming, don't you?
It's like they're talking anywhere from like 9 inches to 2 feet, depending on who you listen to. So
yeah, my brother, he's in.
Hey man, I got 2 inches.
Hey, look, Drew's probably getting like 4 feet per hour or some shit like that up in Maine. Like,
it's funny. I grew up in Ohio, Mansfield, Ohio, right? And I grew up my childhood, and then we moved to West Virginia. So I grew up in snow. That doesn't bother me. You ought to hear the people, and it's very funny for you big northerners to walk out and see somebody walk out an inch of snow, and it's, oh God, neighbor the other day walked out, like 2 inches on the ground. I mean, I literally walked up, grabbed a broom and swept off a car, got her to start it up. And she walks out, she goes, oh God, there's snow, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? She literally freaked out. She really does.
She might need to take a Xanax or something.
Yeah. Well, on her way inside, her 10-year-old's hitting her upside the head with snowball.
Oh,
well,
wow.
The best is always the news hyping everything up, and then it's like, oh, you got to make sure you run to the store and get your milk, your bread, your eggs, because you're never going to go to the grocery store again.
Dude, even in Charlotte, and I know it's bad, I can't imagine up north, but down south, when there's even a little threat of snow or ice, dude, all the shelves are empty, man. Everyone's running for toilet paper and milk. Yeah, dude, the South isn't ready for it, man. But yeah, dude, I definitely hope everybody's able to stay warm up there in the north. Speaking of up north, my man Drew, AJ Lindsay, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing tonight?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Happy to have you on another edition of the Friday Free For All, man.
Absolutely, good to be here.
Yeah, we're gonna have a fun one today. Let's go to Kenneth Panther Pickle. What's going on, brother?
Oh, nothing. Just enjoying the nice snowy weather and enjoying Sean Payton's gone. Tom Brady will probably be gone, please. And another day in great playoff weather.
That's right, man. That's right. Happy to have you. We're joined by the professor himself.
What's
Tony
good, guys?
John. What's up, man? I saw you a little bit today.
Take my drink to you, Tony.
Nice. I saw you today on I saw you on Clip Brock's show today.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Yeah. Every Friday we go on and talk NFL, Panthers to start NFL, and I've been doing that 9 years now, I think. About as long as podcast, close to it, stuck with it, get a little radio gig, and basically I do it for a gift card once a month.
That's cool. Those dudes seem cool. They seem like good friends. Hey, how about this, man?
It's called Pirate Radio TV on YouTube and Pirate Radio 1250 on Facebook.
I'll definitely check that out, man.
Yeah, definitely some good conversations to be had. Let's go to my man, and I'm definitely interested to hear what this guy has to say today, especially because of the area that he's in. Chad from the Bayou himself. I don't know if you're actually in the Bayou, but Whatever. Just say bye. What's going on, Chad? What's up with you, man?
Hey, what's up? Man, it's COVID sucks. That's for sure. I missed the last couple of days, but I'm happy to be here. And I'm actually from the Baton Rouge area, so not too far from the Bayou.
Yeah, big
That's
time
the capital,
LSU
right?
fan.
That's the capital, man.
Yep. Happy to have you on.
Did you have COVID or did you get exposed? Are you feeling better?
No, I have COVID, and I'm feeling better. What was it? Wednesday was pretty rough for me, but other than that, it's been a breeze, I guess, to get through. Which I say that with a light heart because I know there's a lot of people out there that battle it, and it's much difficult for them.
Yeah. I've got some relatives this week that's passed away with COVID.
Yeah.
Some of them probably will
thankful,
before the week's out. So
And
Yeah,
they had it too last week.
Yeah, my 7-year-old, I got her tested, and she's positive, but she's been running around like nothing's changed. So I'm blessed for that.
Good stuff, man. Well, happy to hear you on the man. Hope everybody's getting better.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
man, COVID, it's going around, dude. But that's something that you all already know. Then we got Brad joining us. Brad, what's going on, man? Happy to have you back, dude.
Yeah, back from Disney World. Of course, I got COVID in Disney World, kind of like Chad has. I've been dealing with that all week. So,
Oh man,
it's the gift that keeps giving. So,
hey, man, welcome to the Friday C3 COVID for all, dude. Where a bunch of people with COVID just come and hang out, man. We quarantine together and talk about Panther football.
that's what the C stands for, ain't it?
Yeah, the C stands for COVID and the 3 different variants that we have been through.
I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, it beats growing up. At least you have a better excuse to throw up than watching Panthers football, right? I mean, let's be real
right.
here.
Yeah,
That's
man, it's rough. Definitely have a lot to talk about today. But last but certainly not least, angel investor and Panther fan extraordinaire, it's Jay Stubbs. Jay Stubbs also wearing the Panther beanie hat. What's up, brother?
What's up, fellas and ladies in the chat? Today, just it's Friday and I'm enjoying it. Almost paid $400 to go see my Lakers play in Charlotte, and I'm glad I didn't because LeBron and AD is not playing. So that's some good news. You know what I'm saying?
That's some damn good news, dude.
So I don't follow basketball like that, but I know the Hornets, they're balling right now. Like they're putting up points. I know the other night against the Pacers, they put up like 158 points, which was like a franchise record. They've never put up that many points before. So yeah, man, shout out to the Hornets. At least one Charlotte team can figure shit out.
Who would have thought, bro?
Yeah, maybe go ahead.
What's funny is there's still a lot of fans that are out there saying James Borrego needs to be fired, and it's like, dude, that guy's team has done nothing but overperform all season. I don't know what you're talking about.
And again, I don't know shit about basketball, but it also feels like the Hornets, unlike the Panthers, get better every year, or at least show some form of improvement of getting better. So
that's not true at all.
Oh yeah, and dude, like I said, I would have no way of knowing, man. I would have absolutely.
That's
no way
a
of
recency bias.
Yeah, they drafted a young stud, and now they're good. It's not it's not hard. You draft well, you can be good in any sport.
Yeah, that's definitely true, man. Well, listen, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell for every single time the C3 Panthers podcast goes live. Gentlemen, ain't nothing to it but to do it. We want to start out with, I guess I'll just say the most recent and relevant news in Panther Nation. The Panthers have hired Chris Tabor. Tabor? I don't know how you pronounce it, but Chris Tabor is the new offensive coordinator not the offensive coordinator, special teams coach for the Carolina Panthers. He has a pretty good tenure. He's been with the Browns, he's been with the Bears, and apparently in the past 4 or so years that he has been a special teams coach, he has had a special team player selected to the Pro Bowl. So, yeah, this is this is one of Matt Rule's hires. And again, it's not hard for the Panthers to be much better than what we were last year. We were bad on special teams. But, it's not a big news story. But does anyone have some news or some thoughts they want to go first and talk about in relation to Chris Tabor?
So the Bears were not a very good football team this last year, and that's kind of an understatement, right? But like a friend of mine who's a pretty avid Chicago fan told me last night that, he goes, special teams is not the problem. Special teams is excellent. You guys got a great hire. So,
Nice.
I mean, I think the general sentiment around the league is that dude is a pretty good special teams coordinator. I don't know. And that being said, asterisk, I don't know. You gotta have the coach, and then you gotta have the horses to run the race, right? But I mean, I think we'll be better next year on special teams. I mean, just from a coaching perspective.
Yep. And so under Tabor, the Bears finished in the top 10 in each of the last 2 years in Rich Gosselin's special team rankings. So, he does come with a pretty good name to him. He's the type of person that, I think when you delve into his history, this was a pretty good hire. And also, let's remember this too, in recent history, there is a trend of special teams coordinators being promoted to head coach and then actually being a good head coach. And, I feel like maybe he could be a potential interim head coach candidate should Matt Rule not be too long for the Panthers going forward. But I mean, who else were we even gonna pick? I mean, this is kind of like
I was thinking, Cody. I was thinking that this is like get to meet our next interim head coach hire. This should be the story.
I got
the other thing I heard too was that Ron Rivera interviewed him or had some sort of connection with him, but prior to hiring Chase Blackburn.
I remember that. I remember they talking to him. He interviewed, but
I got a question. Does anybody know our past 5 or 6 years, our special teams, are we 30th? Are we 25th? I mean, I don't know if it's gonna make a difference. Since I've been a fan, like a long time ago, our special teams has always been ass. I just feel it always has been ass, and I don't know, man. Like our rookies are playing, and our really good players are not that good. So I mean,
the last time our special teams was really noticeable, I think it was the 2015 Super Bowl run when Ted Ginn Jr. was doing the returns, and he'd take the ball to the 40 or 50 yard line. So it made Cam's job to go 50 more yards a lot easier. But
I mean, the closest thing to that we've had was probably the 2020 season, because we had a couple of fake punts that actually turned out successful for us.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand, and I still don't understand it, is how we had Chase Blackburn in the 2020 season and the 2021 season, but we had no fake punts, no nothing like that. Like, what?
Right.
I don't understand what changed. So I'm not disappointed with us getting rid of Chase Blackburn, but with this new guy, I mean, he obviously, when you look at how their special teams ranked, he's obviously doing something right. I hope he brings back some sort of fake punt or some sort of, trickery or something along those lines, because we need that.
And let's be real, the Panthers lost games last year because of our special teams. Noted that Philadelphia game, they have another block punt for a touchdown, I believe, against the Patriots. Yeah, it's been a problem, man. Hey, real quick, let me add 2 people to the show. Twan, what's going on, bro?
What's going on, fellas? Happy to be here.
Yeah, man, happy to have you, man. Back for a second free for all on the road, man. That's awesome.
Exactly.
That's awesome. Yeah, man. Then go ahead.
What up, Tad? What's up, everybody in the chat, man? You know what I'm saying? I know y'all ready for the weekend.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, man, absolutely. And then KPM joining the show. KPM, what's going on, bro?
Not much, man. Just trying to find something to do here on a Friday evening,
Oh, yeah. Hey, we got you covered, man. Friday free for all. That's what it's all about.
Hey, Nick, going back to what you said about the special teams was okay last year, and then all of a sudden it's not good. That's just Matt Rule, dude. Once you figure out his little tricks, his little BS, and the league figures it out, it's over with. You can't make any adjustment. That's just a trend of Matt Rule. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, and I don't disagree with that for a majority of the team, or a majority of the plays that have been called. But what I don't understand is in 2020, we actually had a pretty good special teams setup. You know, I remember 2019, whoever it was that was doing the punt returns always dropped the ball. Yeah.
Oh, Ray McLeod.
I think you're right on that. Yeah.
Clemson
he was
player,
always dropping
Ray McLeod. Yep. He plays for the Steelers now.
Yeah,
he was always dropping it. We had terrible special teams in 2019, and then in 2020 we turned things around, and I remember all of us pointing it out numerous times throughout the season, like, hey, special teams seemed a lot better, but then we regressed last season.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the hell?
It's a trend, bro.
It's all got to do with Matt Rule.
Exactly.
I'm an old school Panthers fan. I remember when our special teams was at the top of the league when we had Michael Bates returning the ball. Nobody wanted to kick to that man.
Dude,
Rule is a fool.
Even when we had Ted Ginn, man, like I felt like on our special teams we were always a danger to take it to the house. You know, we had a pretty decent return game in 14 through 16. So I'm definitely excited to see what my man does. Anything has to be better than last year. At least let's hope, right?
I'll throw out a name real quick. Keep an eye out for Akeem Grant. He's a wide receiver that was picked up by the Bears, who's a free agent this coming year, and he was there before he went on IR. He was their leading kick returner and punt returner. So he did really good. But they also had a rookie back there doing it, and he got some real good returns. He's probably their future anyway, so I don't think they'll re-sign him. So
for the past 4 years, it's either we have a guy who just fair catches or a guy who just fumbles. I mean, that's seriously what it feels like, man.
Well, I'd rather have him fair catch it than fumble, to be honest.
I know, still, man.
I mean, I understand, though. I really do. I remember Ted Ginn Jr. People do not give that man respect in that 2015 season of all the times he took that ball, and when the offense went out there, they had the ball at the 40 or the 50-yard line.
In 2014, he gave us a gift in the playoff game when he fumbled that kick return for Arizona.
Yeah, that was cool how that worked out. He was a Panther, then he went to them for a year. He fumbled it to us, and then he went right back to us next year.
Exactly.
And do you remember in 2014 there was one play Ted Ginn almost took it back to the house, but it got called back because Joe Webb had a block in the back. Dude, I don't remember what game that was in, but dude, I remember thinking, if I was Ted Ginn, I'd be so pissed off at Joe Webb because that dude made every player on the field miss him in order for him to run back that touchdown.
Wasn't that 2016, not 2014? I think it was 2016.
It might have been. I forget exactly what year it was.
Well, 2014, he wasn't on the team, I don't think.
So. Right. But Ted Ginn, the thing with Ted Ginn is that you loved him on special teams, but he had Butterfingers when he was on offense.
He was. He couldn't
touch anything.
That Colts game was freezing cold in the stands, and he dropped that touchdown pass, man.
Yeah, and then when he went to the Saints, he couldn't drop anything. I was like, "Where's the Saints?"
I know, dude. That pissed me off so bad. Yeah, now
he had stone hands. He had some stone hands. And the thing with Ted Ginn, and you're right, when he went to New Orleans, he wouldn't drop anything, it felt like. But for us, it was like Ted Ginn would make some tough catches. And then it would be this one where he's running free, and this is about to be a 60-yard easy touchdown, and it would just hit him right in the bread basket, and he would drop it. Because I'm pretty sure he was the one. Too. What's that?
Yeah.
Devin Funchess did the same exact thing all the time, man.
Yeah. I remember that one deep pass, and I don't know if it was a Miami game. Who was it? And this is It's one of Cam's best deep throws ever, and Ted
It was
Ginn
against the
catches
Saints.
it in the very back of the end
Yeah.
zone.
2016.
Yeah. That was
That
Monday
joint
night.
was
That was
dope.
Monday Night Football,
2016.
2016. That was when Luke Kuechly got that bad concussion.
Motherfucker
That-
was crying.
Yeah, man, that was a rough night, dude. Rough night. But we still went on to win that game. So it's like, man, at what cost, though?
And we lost like every other one.
I missed
Yeah, but
that.
hey, you know,
Talking
that's
about
actually. Yeah, go ahead.
So you guys talk
I
about
was just, my fault.
No,
talk
we'll
about-
go. We'll go KPM and then we'll go Chad.
So you talk about guys that fumble on punt returns and stuff. Let's go back 2014, Chicago Bears. Philly Brown gets hit as he's trying to fair catch the ball, picks it up, returns it for a touchdown.
That was my favorite. That's my favorite punt return. It is.
Yeah.
It is just the way it happened. He fumbled it, and everybody's just standing there scrambling for it. It rolls out at his feet. Literally rolls out at his feet. He picks it up, looks at the ref, and takes off.
It's like, oh, and just takes off. That was a good one, man. Yeah, I've forgotten all about that, man. All about that.
And just
Dude.
the way he looks at the ref, and ref's like, "Well, don't look at me, run."
Chad, you had something you wanted to say before we change subject?
No, man. It was just when people bring up Luke Kuechly, I was just saying that I miss him.
I think
dude, especially now.
I think they should put Abdullah back there if they decide to go get another running back, which push come to shove. I think Abdullah. I mean, anybody but Erickson. All he did was catch the ball, and sometimes he muff those, and then he give you a 2-yard return. At that.
All right, now.
We definitely need.
This guy was back there ever.
And you know what, man? I'm disappointed we didn't see Shi Smith get some potential to.
Well, because they didn't want him to get any more hurt than he already was.
Yeah,
but
I think going forward.
I think Abdullah will try to get those yards.
Well, I'm hoping our new special teams coach will actually know to look at the guys and say, "Here's what we're going to do," and take command of that situation. Yeah, that's it.
I don't know who just put that in there, but Robbie Anderson, Ted Ginn was by far way better than Robbie Anderson for us.
Yeah. Especially 2016. 2016, he had like 10 touchdowns, I think.
I'm talking about for us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so look, that actually brings me to the next thing I wanted to talk about. Tony and I and the boys, we got to talk about it on the podcast, but I would be remiss if we did not talk about it here on the Friday Free For All. The New Orleans Saints are without Sean Payton. Sean Payton is out of our division, man. Everybody just take a second to enjoy it. You know, I feel good about it. I hope y'all feel good about it too. But I want to go to Chad first.
Why don't they go and get left?
Well, hey, we'll see what they do, man. But I mean, that's a part of the conversation here. The Saints are not a very desirable place to go right now. They don't have a lot. They don't have a lot of money to spend. They don't have. But they're like $74 million in the hole.
Yep.
Like they can't even afford to pay anyone, and they don't have a quarterback that they can trust and depend on. But before we go forward, I wanted to send it to our Panther in Saints territory. Chad, I want your opinion first, and tell me what the mood is like down there in Saints country.
A lot of people are pretty upset about it, and a lot of Saints fans, believe it or not, are actually kind of thrilled about it.
Really?
Yeah, because you get an MVP and Hall of Famer quarterback like Drew Brees and a coach like Sean Payton, and you win one Super Bowl, but you had 4 or 5 year window where, in my opinion, they could have won at least 2. And a lot of people were calling for both of their heads for years down here. But I think that it's a great thing that Sean is leaving the NFC South. And I mean, I think it's wide open now. Atlanta's in a rebuild, and they still have Matt Ryan under center. Tom Brady, I've heard a lot of weird things that he's said about being satisfied in his podcast, or he's proud of where he's been, and that shit that he doesn't say on a regular basis. He's just like, oh, I want the next one.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a possible Tom Brady, retirement, and then of course Sean Payton leaving, and there's no real quarterback, and the Mickey Loomis has a shit ton of things to do in that Saints team. So I think, in my opinion, I think Carolina should already be 2 steps ahead of all these teams. But I honestly feel like we're right there with them to go forward. So I mean, it's this was our chance to go for the next. I mean, and I think Rashad said that in the next, we should be NFC South champs for the next 3 years. There should be no reason why. But
and it kind of makes you feel like we're making up for lost time now. Like we're on an even playing field with the Falcons and the Saints. And if Tom Brady retires, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it's sad that we're not 2 years ahead of them, that we're not the team that's already building towards dominance, while all of our other division rivals are kind of floundering right now. But that's what I want to change the question. Yeah, that's what I want to change the question to. Yeah, go ahead, Twan. Go ahead.
Well, I'm such a competitor, man, and this maybe I just feel this way. I was hoping that it wasn't a situation where we had to wait for these guys to be gone. And I actually wanted to beat those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't want us to get it because people are not there anymore. Because, when fans debate, they're gonna say, well, we don't have Sean Payton no more. We don't have Tom Brady anymore. That's why when you beat guys like that, when you can, then they'll never have that arguments against you. And it's just like, I spin my head when I talk about Matt Rule, man. It's just like he's such an embarrassment to this team, bro.
Yeah.
Until he's gone, can we really have real debates?
Didn't they bring in Brian Flores today for an interview?
Oh shit.
Yeah, they were supposed to, or they're going to talk to him.
So
I wonder if that opens the door for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I mean, if they talk to Flores, by all means talk to him, because Deshaun Watson has made it publicly known that he wants to play for him.
75
million. But then I also heard a report that they don't even have each other's numbers. Like I feel like a lot of these narratives about Deshaun's gonna go with Flores and they're best friends and they're gonna
those
up.
guys get any guys' numbers. They're millions.
Yeah, I mean I'm saying though, like there's this narrative that like, okay, wherever Flores goes, that's where Deshaun's going too.
Yeah, it's called tampering, Cody. They don't want to get the tamper in charge.
Yeah, and like also, I really do feel like Deshaun doesn't have many options as much as people want to say that he does, right?
Even
like,
if Flores goes to New Orleans, there's no way.
I was about to say, what if both of them to New Orleans? Then we right back up Schitt's Creek.
There's no way they can trade for Deshaun Watson. There's 70-something million over the
cap. They're like 74 million.
Hold up, chill out. So the thing you guys got to remember too, Russell Wilson said that the Saints are a preferred trade destination for him as well, and he didn't have any sort of caveat like he needs to go with Brian Flores. I don't think he honestly gives two craps who the coaches, as long as they still have a decent offensive line. And the only offensive lineman they're going to lose this off season is probably Armstead. I mean, that
unless they trade some players.
They've got some players they could cut to clear off cap room.
But they're going to. But it's a lot of players. It's a lot of big names that they're going to have to give up.
Like Slant Boy.
Yeah, I think Thomas. What's his name? Michael Thomas. I think he's out of there, man.
Yeah, the problem with him though, if you look at over the cap, it's going to cost him $20 million to get rid of him.
Right.
And just somebody the other day mentioned Alvin Kamara. It's going to cost him $20 million to get rid of him.
And didn't they just
half these players that they could get picks for? Now there's a safety. What's his name? We wanted him here instead of Will Greer.
Chelsea Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah. Now if they could save $9 million, either cut or trading him. That's the truth of that. They could just save flat $9 million on him. That would be a good. That would be a good guy. Didn't they give Taysom Hill
like $45 million too?
Yep.
They gave him like $45 million, but then it bumped up if he did at any point in time ever end up becoming the starter.
The wild card quarterback.
But also, like Brad, you mentioned Russell Wilson would want to go to New Orleans. But was that before Sean Payton left? Because I think a part of the reason why, if you're a Russell Wilson, why you would want to go to New Orleans is for a Sean Payton, because he's that offensive-minded.
Well, let's
guy.
address the elephant in the room. I'm gonna say it. And look, my wife is near me, and she's from New Orleans. She's been a Saints fan from birth, and I have to deal with her family every year. So I'm just gonna say it. Sean Payton left because the New Orleans job is a shit job now. Because of that
exactly
money.
right.
Because of the money, all that money, and that he can't get anybody.
Right. When the going got tough, he picked up his shorts and left.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say it like that.
He's a
I would
pansy.
say when the going got tough, he left. I think you're right. I think you're right. It's like in here. It's like he just had a great run, dude. He just had like a 12-year run. It's like, does he want to be the guy that has to deal with all of the pieces of putting this all back together?
No, let me tell you what
point, or does he just want to relax and have a better job?
Sean Payton is going to pop up in Dallas.
Yep.
I ain't got no problem with that. I would do it if I was him too.
If I was a Saints owner, because the Saints owner controls this, he really does. Because Sean Payton's under 3 more years.
The Saints owner's a woman now. It's a shooter. The widow.
He's under a 3-year contract. Now, if Sean Payton retired, if he comes back next year, he still has 3 years technically under the Saints.
Guys, this is what happens when you go all in.
Yeah, she could trade him.
Yeah.
But if I was her and Dallas wanted him, I say I'd trade him to you for 3 first-round picks. And I wouldn't budget just for spite. Because Sean Payton, that Dallas is going to pay it.
Shit,
Sean
that might
Payton's
be
gonna
worth
stay
it.
retired.
That might be worth it to Jerry Jones to do that.
It definitely would be.
If I was that woman, that's what I would do, just for spite. And hey, if you wanted to give me 3 first-round picks for Sean Payton, I'd take him. But
so Chad, I saw you were going to say something. What were you going to say?
Going back to Russell Wilson thing, I think that he sees how competitive. Not saying that Russell Wilson isn't a competitor, but going off of what his team is with his offensive line in Seattle, he might see an opening or a clearer path to a Super Bowl berth or a playoff, or he wants to be known as one of the greatest, and that's been said. But you look at that NFC West, and it's just a juggernaut. And I mean, I could see Russell Wilson coming down here, unfortunately, but I could see it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if he comes to New Orleans, look what they're losing. They're going to have to cut most of half their defense. They're going to lose their starting left tackle, and they're still going to be in cap hell. That's why Peyton left. He's like, I don't want to deal with a rebuild, so I'm getting the hell out of here.
And plus something I was wrong. I thought this week for a long time. I thought all these good quarterbacks had trade clauses. I found out entirely wrong that I was wrong, because the NFL radio was quoting, Charlie Weiss was quoting that Russell Wilson doesn't have a trading clause on his contract.
He does.
He can be traded anytime, but but he also wanted to go to the Raiders, and if you're Seattle and you had your choice, if you send him to the Raiders, you're at least going to get Derek Carr. You send him to the Saints, who you going to get? Taysom Hill?
So,
if the Raiders do that, man, that's such a bad move.
Because I think the only big name quarterback who doesn't have a no trade clause, I thought, was Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that's what I had thought, but it's my understanding that listening to them, that Russell Wilson doesn't have a trading clause on his contract.
So
Seattle doesn't want to make you mad either, so they want to be respectful to him. So.
A little bit earlier today, Tony uploaded the Debate My Take. So check that out if you haven't seen it. It was a good episode. But this was one of the topics that Tony and I debated. And Bleacher Report put out this trade idea. And since we're talking about Russell Wilson,
but we don't have a third-round pick
to gauge the room. So this says no. So the Panthers would receive quarterback Russell Wilson, and it does say 3rd round pick. We don't have a 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Also, Bleacher Report fucked that up. All right, so let me ask you this then. Let me amend that. If it was a 2022 first round pick, a 2022 fourth round pick, a 2023 first round pick, and Sam Darnold. Would you give that up for Russell Wilson?
Hell no.
No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I'm pretty unanimous there.
But isn't he leaving because of like he wants a bigger market? He wants to be like in New
He
York?
wants to go to New York. That's where he wants to go.
Well,
he
you got
wants
to also
to go.
think
His
about
wife, from my understanding, his wife really loves New York, and his
Bingo.
wife wants to go to New York. That's why he wants to go to New York. So,
Well, he is
better
a
call
second for
Carmelo
love.
Anthony.
So.
I could see the Jets trading Zach Wilson for Russell Wilson plus
Hell
another
no.
like. I could see them doing it.
Wilson for
I-
Wilson.
I don't think that I don't like these like he wants to live here arguments so much anymore. Right? Like I mean, look, there's an international airport right in Charlotte.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like really is it and during the season, they really are so busy. You know, it's not like I mean, the only thing you're gonna get is the restaurants. You
Put
know,
it
but you
like
ain't
this,
really
if
going out on
Carolina
a
had a
Tuesday
team-
night.
Honestly, Tony, if Carolina had a team that was set up to win a Super Bowl, and as Tom Brady did when he left New England, and the team quarterback saw that, hey, that's all this Panthers team really needs is a quarterback, and I can come in there and lead them to a Super Bowl, we would get a starting quarterback that would want to come to Carolina.
They just don't
Cam
want to play
Newton
the bad
screwed us
rule.
over is what happened, bottom line.
Did you guys hear this? Is the New Orleans? Well, you know the New Orleans job. You know who's going to get that, don't you?
Brian Flores.
Poor
Byron
David
Leftwich.
Kelly.
Oh,
No,
Poor
Brian
David
Flores.
Kelly. They got man. This poor guy got stuck in Houston with all this. Did better than he was supposed. You know,
New Orleans.
I
gets
won't want that
fired,
job.
and then they're gonna go. Poor David Kelly. You're gonna bring him in for 1 year, give him no money, no players. Poor David Kelly.
But the Saints are a cautionary tale. When you go all in and don't win, this is what happens. The Rams are going to be in the same position in about 2 years. They're going to have no money, and they're probably not going to win a Super Bowl.
I'd
Yeah.
still be happy with that.
Hell, if
I
Carolina
don't like-
keeps restructuring the way they're restructuring, and we don't do something, we're going to be like that.
I don't like how the Rams built their team. I think that's a pathetic building. When you don't take draft picks at all, and your GM literally has a sign in his office that says "fuck the draft picks," fuck you as a team.
Hey,
I mean,
real quick, let me add Kevin Boshoven to the show. Kevin, what's up, brother?
What's happening, man? Just chilling on my lunch break.
Chilling, man. Happy you could join us. Hey, so let me go back to the Saints thing real quick. What does this mean for us? You know, I heard Twan say he doesn't like it because, and I understand. I echo the same sentiments as Twan's. Like, I want to beat a good New Orleans Saints team. Like, I want the NFC South to be a stacked division so that we can be all more impressive when we win this bitch. Like, I mean, you know, I want the Panthers to be, you know, looked at how the Rams are looked at in the NFC West. Like, that's a real good division.
I want to be a fair team,
The
bro.
Rams are winning it. Yeah, same. I agree with that. So let me pose the question to whoever wants to answer. Like, what does this mean for the Panthers going forward? Are we ahead of the curve? Are we behind the curve? Like, where do we stack up in the division now, even though we all can't stand our head coach?
We're behind the curve because of Matt Rule.
At best.
As long as Matt
Nobody
Rule
knows.
is the head coach, we're behind that
So
curve.
this is the thing that most people kind of don't realize, like how important it was that the Sam Darnold decision worked, right? If it would have worked out, we would be ahead of the curve, right? Now we're still in the same position we were when they cut Cam Newton, which is we don't have a long-term answer at quarterback. We have questions along the offensive line, and our defense is mediocre. I mean, I don't mean to be a negative Nancy here, but mean, this team is just fundamentally like, I know everybody keeps saying, oh, they were second best defense in the entire NFL. They were the 19th scoring defense in the entire NFL. They were mediocre. They were not the second best defense. It's not even close.
Yeah, but
And-
let's be real though, man. If we could score more than 10 points a game, it wouldn't have felt so bad, dude. Like
That's what I was gonna say too. I mean,
it
really
felt like
wasn't
every big play felt like 2 touchdowns.
right.
Right.
The
But
team
at the
really
same
was.
time-
The team was really a number 2 defense. It's just that our offense never allowed these guys to take a breath.
Well, I also believe that some of it is Phil Snow gets a lot of credit He really does by Panther fans. They put him up kind of on this pedestal. And in reality, he's a good defensive coordinator if you give him who he wants that fits his way. He loves press man corners. If he has to play zone, the defense is going to take a big drop off. Because I don't think
listen to what you're saying though. That's not good defense.
He don't like it.
That's not good defensive coordinator when you got to have 2 number 1 corners to shut people down. That's just not.
I agree. If everybody in the league had 2 shut down corners, everybody'd have a great defense. But
but it seems like he needs at least 1 man covered elite talent for the whole defense to work. That's just not how the NFL works.
I also think part of his problem is his failure to rely on one quality defense. So I mean, you got to think back when Luke Kuechly, we run a base 4-3, and they specialized in that. Thomas Davis knew his job. Luke Kuechly knew his job. The linemen knew their job. Occasionally, you'd have one of your ends drop back, but most of the time they didn't. Their job was attack the quarterback. They did that. Everybody had their job, and it worked great. Even the Baltimore Ravens, in their hot prime, everybody had a job, and they knew what it was.
Bro,
this defense you're running now is the linebackers. He don't know whether he's going to blitz or dropping back in coverage, and from one play to the next, it may change.
Listen, man, we were only good. I might say only good, but it makes a whole lot of difference when your middle linebackers literally yell on the play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Luke was yelling the play. Hey, screen right.
Heart and soul of our defense, man. But when we lost Luke, we lost the heart and soul of our defense, and we've yet to recover it.
This pathetic coaching staff and front office. I'm not going to leave out that front office. That pathetic front office has. You know who they replaced Luke Kuechly with?
Jermaine Carter Jr.
Yeah, but he retired out of nowhere, bro. You know
I agree to that. But at the same time, they knew he was going to retire in January or December. That's how come Marty knew that ahead of time. That's how come he went ahead and gave Shaq Thompson that big contract.
Yeah, that's why Shaq that ahead of time.
Yep. They knew that long before that, but they thought that they had everything under control. Jermaine Carter was going to take care of him. Or no, not Jermaine Carter.
Shaq.
No.
I feel like they brought in Denzel Perriman to be the Luke Kuechly replacement, and then they traded him away because they didn't have the patience.
Who was that guy we brought in the offseason? Not this past year.
Please don't say his name.
Don't say that.
Oh,
Please
yes,
don't say his name.
Exactly. You know who I'm talking about. Because he was with Matt Rule and Baylor or Temple, and he was supposed to be this guy. And
dude, he had
never replaced Luke.
This is a good question. Hey, I got a good question for y'all. What's more disappointing? Hold on. What's more disappointing? The Carolina Panthers bringing in Tahir Whitehead and him just being absolutely trash, or the Panthers bringing in Denzel Perriman, cutting him before the season,
Whitehead.
and then he goes to be a Pro Bowler with the Raiders.
Denzel Perriman.
No, Cody, I got you, man, because I think it's Perriman because that was straight up. Matt Rule didn't want no buck. And he was bucking.
And we got
I want to be Mr. Panther. I want to run the show. I'm letting you go, Denzel Perriman. That's all that was.
We brought in Perriman for pretty cheap too. I think his contract was pretty cheap and fairly cap friendly for us. And we just missed out on a Pro Bowler by not being patient enough.
That's not being patient. Yeah. Matt Rule didn't like his attitude. Matt Rule wants yes men, and that's not Denzel Perriman.
Exactly.
Yeah. He might have been listening to me, man.
Yep.
He wants yes men, but yet he always talks about alphas. Something's weird here.
I'll never.
He's a cuck.
Matt Rule don't want an alpha.
He don't.
Oh,
he
baby. Draft Chuba, baby, please. Draft
Matt Rule could have never handled that 2015 Carolina Panthers.
Never.
No. And the bad part about it is we had quality. There was quality linebackers in the draft last year and this year.
There was quality.
Both years there were quality, good linebackers. They may not have been Luke Kuechly right off the bat, but they would have been a lot better than who we've been putting on that field. But we've decided to take.
That 2015 Panthers team would have ate Matt Rule's ass alive. They told him, "You go sit on the bench and let the men handle this."
Yep. Well, Matt Rule. when Matt Rule came in, this is, like I told y'all, from last week, I never tell him, Cody, I never liked Matt Rule. I never liked him. The day they brought him in, when he gave us that sermon on the first day when he got off the plane, it was something about this guy, man. I never liked him. But look, and then when he got rid of our veterans, this man made it known, and people weren't catching on to it, that I'm going to be the only alpha in the building. He didn't want people that were going to speak against him. He tried to run the Panthers like a college team. He said that we're going to go out and get all these young guys. And then he went out and got these guys, Temple and Baylor, whatever, these young guys, because in his head, he wanted to be, if I don't like you, I'm going to hold that thing over your head and I can just get rid of you. Until DJ Moore reminded him on day one, I never even wanted to play for you.
Yeah, and you know what, man? It's like that clip. It's like that clip that we showed on here before of Matt Rule at the Senior Bowl saying, "Hey, we want guys that are coachable. We want guys that are coachable." And Drew made the point. That's just that's code word for saying I want dudes that are going to shut up and are going to do what we say. And that's true. That's why Perriman didn't stay on the football team. I genuinely believe that. There was even rumors of him going onto the elevator with one of the top draft prospects from last year. And then by the time he got off the elevator, he was like, I don't want to coach that guy. Like, dude,
that was Isaiah Simmons. That was Isaiah Simmons, guys.
Do you think it was? I never heard that.
Yeah, I 100% think it was, because why else do you pass on Isaiah Simmons and then say after on the day of the draft, after you passed on Isaiah Simmons, that, well, we just thought he'd do better with a more competitive team?
Knowing him, it was probably Herbert.
Do y'all think that if do y'all think that Jim Harbaugh is going to leave Michigan? Because if that's the case, what's the percentage, or what do y'all think that's going to happen? You don't think he's going to leave Michigan?
I don't think he is. Michigan is not going to take
bad,
no
though.
role.
I want him bad, but no.
He won his money back, bro. He won that money that they cut last year. He's trying to negotiate.
Man,
Michigan is not. Go ahead.
And he did just beat Ohio State, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that Harbaugh leaves and Matt Rule gets the fuck out of here, because just listening to that man's name and just the cringiness of his interviews and blah 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 blah, I'm sick of it.
He doesn't even care anymore. You guys notice that? He doesn't even fucking care anymore. He's just like I got the job, like Tepper's my dad, and I'm not going anywhere. So you guys might as well shut the fuck up.
I don't think all that report about
Tepper?
Matt Rule.
He's damn near balling, bro.
I don't think we're gonna hear from David.
Matt,
that's figures. I mean, I'm looking at this and it just says that the Vikings have been in communication with Jim Harbaugh. Don't know if Minnesota.
See, the thing is, Chad, don't get me wrong, I'd love for Matt Rule to just leave and go anywhere but here. The thing is, Michigan is known to hire people who went. Yeah, exactly. They're big on bringing back their own people.
We'll get Matt Rule. Shit, come get him.
But he didn't go to Michigan. He went to Penn State.
Yeah, I think all the reports about Matt Rule, it's kind of like Matt Rule's going to get fired if he don't hire a rock star offensive coordinator. A lot of that's just a crap of bullshit.
Damn. sorry. Oh God,
that's funny.
So David Temple's in witness protection.
Yeah. I mean, does anyone, someone even mentioned on Twitter, he don't want to talk about the Panthers because he's trying to open up the soccer team right now. And he doesn't want any bad publicity. Talking about the Panthers when he's trying to open up this soccer team that we got going.
Well, you do realize when you talk about the soccer team, it's going to be all about the Panthers.
Yeah, let's be real here. Tepper ain't stupid. We want him to be, but listen to me. If David Tepper gets in front of the press, what's he going to answer?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, honestly, ask yourself: is he going to get up there and they're going to say, "How do you feel about the record? How do you feel about Matt Rule? How do you feel about Sam Darnold?" He's going to say,
Sam's great. I love Sam.
What are they going to say? They all suck, and I should have fired them all. He ain't gonna say that.
I mean, he's already said it in so many ways, though.
Dude, he is not going to criticize Sam Darnold.
He's not going to say. Well, They're doing exactly what I wanted them to do.
Yes, he is. He's gonna say that about Sam, bro. That's his guy.
I mean, he's kind of saying it like on the low in the media, though.
Here's what I think. I think David Tepper, beginning of this season, after he hired Fitterer, he basically walked away. Just like if you go back, he said, I'm going to step back and I'm going to get out of the way and let them make their own situation.
That's a lie.
What he said. Yeah. That's what he said. And since he hired Tepper, or since he hired Fitterer, that's what he's done. He's walked away because he ain't been on media or talked to anybody since then.
You know what I would ask?
Hold that thought 1 second, Twan. Let me add in Malcolm Flex. Welcome back to the Free For All, bro. What's going on, dude? Happy to have you back, man. Just having this conversation about, pretty much all things Panthers, like where we lie in the division right now, man. It was started by this conversation of Sean Payton no longer being the Saints head coach. You know, we have potentially Tom Brady retiring. I saw that on my Twitter timeline just a few minutes ago that might be something that's picking up steam.
He ain't going nowhere.
So he isn't going to go anywhere now that Peyton's gone.
He's going to hang it up.
He's retiring, bro.
He's retiring
because his old lady
told him to.
So look, let's do that. We're talking about, the state of the NFC South as a whole. So Sean Payton's out. We kind of discussed that. If anybody has something to add on that, we can certainly go back to it. But if Tom Brady is out of this division, like, man, it would seem as though, for as bad as it is, the division is wide open for us with the supposed number 2 defense to add a few players and potentially get this thing going. Is that being too optimistic, or is there anyone on this show who believes that the Panthers could actually be in a position to capitalize from our division rivals?
Not next year.
Being down?
I think it's too optimistic.
Cody. I would put the Atlanta Falcons ahead of us because I'm sorry. I just believe their coaching is better.
Yeah. Drew, you stole the words right out of my mouth. You know what? This could have been our show, but the Falcons, unfortunately, it's going to be their time if Tom Brady retires.
The Falcons have sucked for years. I don't trust anybody to fix that mess.
But they're playing hard for their coach.
Yeah,
and our guys could give a shit.
Going good so far. Honestly, they played well above their talent. If you look at some of the teams they matched up against, and just how well they played in certain games, and that's with the court to Matt Ryan too. Keep in mind the same Matt Ryan that Julio Jones didn't want to play with, and he was dumb enough to go play with I get paid and I throw the ball Tannehill.
Man,
yeah, right. Yeah. So, and by the way, Malcolm, your audio is kind of hard to hear a little bit. I don't know if you want to maybe change the settings or something, but I got you for the most part. Really, if you're a free agent, you have to pick and choose where you're going, man. That's why I think, to be real with you, Odell Beckham forcing his way out of the Browns, that was the best thing that dude's ever done for his career, man. He's about to play in the NFC Championship.
And they swore he was washed.
Yeah, man. Everybody swore he was washed. It was a team cancer, all this other stuff. But
how about Baker really sucks? How about that?
He definitely
Mayfield's not very good.
Talk about somebody who made the right decision, Matt Stafford.
Yeah, boy, really, right? Matthew Stafford shot us some bird.
How do you blow that coverage, man?
Cali, bro.
He's like, hell, okay, Carolina or the Rams. I'm going to Los Angeles.
Yeah. Are y'all seeing that they're giving away NFC Championship tickets because they have no fans in LA? How crazy is that?
Well, they're afraid that San Francisco fans are going to fill the stadium like they did the last week of the season.
Oh, that's going to be a San Fran home game, no doubt about that.
LA got so many teams.
They already sent out a notification that ticket sales are isolated to the greater Los Angeles area.
They've already lifted that. They lifted that, I believe it was 2 days ago.
And then also, I heard this morning, Matthew Stafford's wife bought up a bunch of tickets. And now, because they're so expensive, she's giving them to workers and first responders and stuff like that, man.
Good for her, man.
You remember his wife used to be in the news for all the wrong things, so.
Yeah, wasn't she like
she used to send all these ridiculous tweets and shit about her husband, and
Hey, man.
Yeah, she was Patrick Mahomes' wife before Patrick Mahomes' wife. You know,
God, Cody, you stole the words right out of my damn mouth, man.
Who's worse though? Mahomes' wife and his brother. The only reason I want Kansas City to get curb stomped.
Who's worse,
God,
the wife or the brother?
The brother.
The brother, for
sure. The fucking
Oh yeah,
brother.
no.
Excuse
Oh
my
God,
language.
the brother is worse, bro.
Yeah,
Jackson
I want
Mahomes,
Kansas
man.
City to
Hey,
get
look,
curb
that-
stomped just so I don't have to see them during Super Bowl week.
Nah,
Man, y'all, the
Bro,
Bills getting screwed here.
After what he did to Sean Taylor's logo, bro, that nigga can get the hands at any day.
All day.
At any day,
I
any
think no
time.
one will ever like really forgive him for that, man. Like everybody said, like that was the ultimate disrespect to a legendary man and player. And then also imagine you're Patrick Mahomes, and you know that his brother gets to go all around Kansas City, everywhere he goes. Hey, man, I'm Patrick Mahomes' brother. They expect the best service, the best of everything, everywhere they go.
Oh yeah, that bar
Man,
jump, bro.
yeah,
my brother,
man.
my brother just flew out to Kansas City. He's a huge Chiefs fan, and he's going to the AFC Championship game, man. But I really think they're going to win it, dude, because I think the Bills were the best team in the playoffs, and they just didn't get the ball last. I truly believe that.
Nah,
They
man,
did get the ball
Bills were a
last.
little-
If you cannot keep a team out of field goal range in 13 seconds, you deserve to lose.
You know what I mean,
Hey,
though. I'm saying
listen here, dude.
that was the best team, though.
And
Everybody else they
if
can beat.
Josh Allen would have said heads instead of tails, the Bills.
I
would've
know
won that game.
you always go
That's just a
heads,
fact.
man.
Always.
Always.
Yo, they gotta
Always
change
go
that
heads.
shit.
The Chiefs' defense was as bad as the Bills.
They gotta change that shit
in that
though. They
game.
gotta
Let me
change
ask y'all this.
No, they
Hey,
don't.
let me ask y'all this, right? What would y'all advise, or how would you change the overtime rules? And I'll put out the idea that I put out to Tony on the Tuesday night show, man. If you're the home team and you have a home playoff game and you could not beat your opponent in 4 quarters, why doesn't the away team automatically get the ball first? Like, to me, the home team advantage had the advantage throughout the whole game, having their crowd. I thought the Buffalo Bills should have gotten the ball in overtime by default. Now, that might be too extreme for some people. What do y'all think? Like, I agree with Jay Stubbs. The Bills, I thought that was my favorite team. I thought they were the best team this year. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I also agree with the notion that the Bills, who apparently had the #1 defense in the NFL, they had 13 seconds to stop Patrick Mahomes, and they couldn't do it.
Yo, Cody, you know what's crazy about that? I was watching the Tennessee game, right? And they're like, #1 defense. They turn the next game on, and it's like, well, this team's the #1. This team's the Bills, the #1 defense. That term gets thrown around way too much nowadays, man. Just like we were the #2.
It's too contextual to really say who's #1 and #2.
But you know, something else I want to throw in, if I may, that I think the NFL as a whole is far way back on. Somebody explain to me why we still have inactivations. If you have 53 guys on your team that are healthy, all 53 guys should be active and being able to play in that game.
To answer your question, I think Bill Belichick probably did some cheating shit, and they had to change the rule. That's my guess.
They've had inactivations for longer than Bill Belichick's been a head coach.
It's probably for Vegas, to be honest.
Originally, it's my understanding, originally they had inactivations because by the time you throwed out the cameraman, and at the time, all these cameras run by wires. If you look at the old games, there was wires all over the field, all over the sidelines, people tripping over wires. They'd pay kids to stand out there and hold wires up so people could go around them. Now, but since everything went wireless, they didn't need that. So they don't have as many. Originally, there was too many people on the sidelines, they felt. Well, since they don't need half the people out on the sidelines that used to be out there, they ought to let the players play. The players are there anyway. They might as well play.
Like I said, someone probably cheated back in the day or did something,
with a coin.
Because if this would solve a lot of these players worn out things, it would also help players to stay healthier longer. Just imagine being able to activate 10 offensive linemen for every game.
Hey, real quick.
Hey, Cody.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that coin toss again, though.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Hold on, let me. So Brad, I'm gonna filter you out for a minute. I gotta bring some more people in here. We're at capacity. If you want to come back in later, you can definitely jump back in. I'll bring you in, man.
All right, later, guys.
All right, later, Brad. Thanks for joining us, bro.
All right, Brad. We'll see you.
Hang on real quick. Now let's bring in my man, John, One Carolina. John, what's up, bro?
What's happening?
John, what's up, man?
Twine, what's going on, bro?
What's up, man? I've been trying to get with you, guys.
Bro, man, it's been crazy.
Yeah, my man went to the battle with that big old Corona, bro.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
you're with us, man.
Ooh, crazy.
If I may throw out a little bit of news, Cody, we know Brian Diablo is going to go to the Giants. Well, it's now being reported Bills quarterbacks coach Ken Dorsey isn't currently in New York in contract negotiations to be the offensive coordinator, and former Ravens defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is on his way to New York to talk.
How does Eric Bieniemy not have a job, bro?
You want to know the real reason?
By choice.
You gotta ask if he really wants to leave.
I don't think we even got to ask that question.
You know what? And honestly, if I was Eric Bieniemy,
really tired of
he
talking
just
around
signed
it.
a contract extension with the Kansas City, though, didn't he? If I was Eric Bieniemy, I wouldn't have done that. I would have went somewhere else. So I mean, right now, for whatever reason, people keep saying that it's not him, it's Andy Reid. No matter what Andy Reid says.
Man, I think the Players Association should sue, man. This Rooney Rule was put in place for a reason.
It's a mockery, bro.
The Players
It
Association
really is a mockery.
is not over the coaches. There's a coaching association that the NFL don't honor.
The Players Association needs to sue, man, because these owners are pretty much sitting like we gotta hire who we want to. We don't care what anyone says.
But Twan, the PA is terrible, dude. Like,
I know it's not very good. They're not very good. But you know what they can do? They can go outside of it and hire an independent firm to but look, the NFL doesn't care about rules, man. They just don't.
You know it's bad when you can get a 3rd round draft pick and they said, nah, we're good. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, hold on. So there was all these rumors a while back over whether or not Eric Bieniemy was actually calling plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, and Andy Reid answered.
Play it, Cody.
They said the same thing about Brian Leftwich.
It's the same exact thing.
Working through all of that stuff and just making sure that we're rolling and dancing the same dance there. And I have full trust in that. When people say EB doesn't call the play, EB does. I mean, he literally calls the plays in there, and then I have full trust that if he has an idea and he wants to shoot it, that he puts it in and we go. And I never question.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I never understood.
A couple of things though. Normally, when you have an offense and you got the backbone of the offense built, and all your coordinators understand your philosophy and how it's supposed to run. Typically in that situation, I mean, they can call the plays like they should be calling the plays technically because they have an understanding of what you're trying to do. If it's attack parameters of bend the edges, and you're only going to be calling toss sweeps, stretches, maybe even a couple of veers if you got a mobile quarterback or something like that. Like, I don't understand why people think it's such a stretch that the coordinator calls the plays. Play calling isn't that hard when you have a sheet that outlines the situations you've been practicing all week. Y'all did the install. Y'all took in and took out, what was supposed to be there. Like, it shouldn't be that much of a stretch. Now, my thing is with Eric Bieniemy, how long we think Andy Reid's going to keep coaching? Patrick Mahomes on a long-term contract right now. As long as you got Patrick Mahomes and he can restructure his contract, Eric Bieniemy might be sitting put because he might know that the Kansas City job going to be his once Andy Reid retires.
But it's not even getting interviews at this point.
Exactly.
Well, hold up. Doesn't Andy Reid also have some health issues too? Like, didn't he have to? Yeah, didn't he have to leave one of those games early or something like last year?
All right, guys. So why don't they put it in writing? Fuck what you believe. Why don't they put it in writing?
Because you have to keep every team guessing.
Yes, exactly. But no, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What is the benefit for Bieniemy having it in writing if people don't know that he's going to be there or not, and they're calling him for interviews? He can take that to Kansas City and leverage that for higher pay.
But he's not even getting interviewed, bro.
You still in writing, and some shit goes left for the team. Okay,
well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you get it in writing so that, look, I have the job, and then if I don't like the money y'all trying to pay me, then I still get the right to go talk to another team. But the thing is, with black folks, if I don't get shit in writing, then this is what it's going to be. I don't know if you guys saw Brian Gumbel with Real Sports when he did a special this past year about the Rooney Rule and black coaches not being hired to the NFL. Where I found out, and this was hard, I don't know who saw that, where I found out that a lot of these black coaches that are trying to get jobs in the NFL, they absolutely cannot stand. What's the coach with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin, because
my
Mike
favorite
Tomlin,
coach, by the way,
bro. Mike Tomlin doesn't hire black coaches.
So let me ask y'all this, man. And look, like, we don't shy away from any conversations here, right? Like, a lot of people believe, Eric Bieniemy being a black coach is the main reason why he isn't a head coach right now. And the question I have too is, like, especially when you look at like Byron Leftwich and now Flores, those are two of the names that I've been hearing the most, right? Leftwich is, from what I heard, he was the number one guy to get the Jaguars job. I don't know if that's still going to happen. And then he wasn't, which, dude, they're a whole nother dumpster fire. Dude, what's with all the cat teams?
Yeah, we get the shit job so that when we don't do well, then they fire you in 1 or 2 years.
But let me ask you this, and this is a genuine question here. I have no agenda in any question I ask. But let's say if Brian Flores or Brian Leftwich, if they come away with a job this year and they're head coaches, does Eric Bieniemy being black still have the main reason to be why he's not a head coach in the NFL?
Part of me thinks Eric.
Okay, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
I just personally, I don't believe it. I think there's other things that plague Eric Bieniemy specifically, just him.
Okay.
Specifically from being a head coach, not necessarily the black thing. I mean, does that potentially play a part with some ball clubs? Sure. Like, I'm not going to discount that. But when you look at the times that he spent as a actual coordinator himself, like outside of Andy Reid's tutelage when he was at his alma mater, Colorado, awful. Right. Absolutely awful. Running backs coach to OC, which is not, unheard of to go from that to that, right? With Kansas City. But again, it was under Andy Reid's tutelage. He's kind of plagued by things that happen from other guys, like Adam Gase, for example. When a guy like Adam Gase sits under Peyton Manning, we hear stories about how Peyton Manning was literally calling plays on the field. Adam Gase gets a job and looks absolutely terrible. I think that's one of the things. And when you sit behind Alex Smith, Pat Mahomes, and those are the guys that you coached. Now, no disrespect to Bieniemy, because I don't know if he would be a good head coach, because another thing is, like, with a head coach, it's so much different than just being a play caller. We've been seeing that with Matt Rule and how that whole thing has been shaping out. It's like the leadership aspect. And I don't know if he's, from everything that I hear about him, about Bieniemy, it seems like he would be a good leader of men. But at the same time, like, the only other thing I will say too is that I see tons of people going to bat for Byron Leftwich, man, to get a job. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've been out of the loop for too long. Even when I was like heavy doing content, I didn't see that a lot for Bieniemy outside of the people who just wanted to see him get a job. Like, I'm talking about players. Like, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but like, if you look, like, the fact that you said we don't know if Eric can be a coach, like, we know Matt Patricia could be a coach. We know, for example, Jim Caldwell got fired for losing 8 jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Losing 8 games. They probably won 8 games since. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
sometimes you got bad leadership.
Eric beat this and Eric beat that, but
shit, Lovey got fired after winning 10 games.
Let's address the elephant in the room. Frankly speaking, and I'll even name the owner of the Texans. He's probably the most racist owner in the NFL, and I truly believe that.
Well, I would agree.
Truly believe that.
Well, he's dead now, right?
No, yeah. No,
Well,
it's his son
whoever's
now.
running it now,
Yeah,
there
his
because
son's running it now.
yeah,
And you know what?
because-
David Coley ain't even get that bad of a deal though.
no,
man.
but
He got paid 20
yeah, and you know who they're hiring or who they probably will hire?
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown, who's never been a coach.
Yep.
Has never been a coach anywhere.
Dude's
Over
coaching
all
high
these other
school football.
qualified players.
Texas, bro.
High school football.
Bottom line is, you won't get. How can I say this without being mean? I'll just say it. Till we get, there's too many old white men in charge for there to be equal rights in the NFL.
It's the good old boys league.
That's
Exactly.
yeah. And now, but I truly believe that some of them don't really understand that up here. I really
Cody.
believe that some of them just don't comprehend that. That wire between the left ear and the right ear is broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
Well,
going on?
hell, Shad Khan down in Jacksonville. Byron Leftwich should have been named head coach earlier this week. The
Well,
whole
sure.
thing that's
Immediately.
going on now
Hey,
is
Daryl,
Leftwich going
though.
to Balky out.
How many
Yeah.
black coaches
Yeah.
can
Don't want
literally?
to fire Balky.
How many black
Yeah.
coaches can literally
Yeah, he
take a
got
job?
bulky still.
Can take a job and then literally send a fax saying, "Oh, never mind." Like Josh
No,
McDaniels did with
zero.
Colts.
Zero.
But
We don't get
and
the
the
thumbs up.
owner Shad Khan, he's got that David Tepper ego thing going. He doesn't want to admit that he messed up in hiring Trent Baalke in the first place, even though fans bombarded the stadium wearing clown outfits because they wanted Baalke fired.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like the Panthers, like Panther fans should have been done that shit for Matt Rule, man.
Byron
I mean,
Leftwich
look,
is ready to
look.
sign on the
Let me
dotted
ask-
line to be Jacksonville's head coach, and he wants to bring Adrian Wilson from the Cardinals, their vice president of player personnel, to bring him in as a GM, and Khan won't budge.
Well, the Saints
Yeah, that's
have requested
crazy,
permission.
man.
Hey, he trying,
The
but I
Saints
feel like
have
he's trying to shake up a whole lot too. One of the big issues with guys like Shad Khan, they value personal relationships and the people that they know way too much. Like Urban Meyer, Shad Khan had been consulting personally with Urban Meyer for ages on who you should,
And
who
that's
you
his
should hire,
problem.
what decision he should make, and then guess what he did? Sight unseen. This is a guy that knows what kind of guy Urban Meyer is, but he been consulting with him, and then he goes ahead and gets them on. That should tell you what the NFL is, man. The NFL is a scared league. It's it's not even necessarily that it's racist. They're scared. They're extremely traditional.
No, it's racist.
Yeah. It's racist, bro.
It is
Hey,
what it is. It's
Nah,
100%.
Malcolm, I agree with that
They're
1,000%,
too traditional,
bro.
man. Like, yeah, it's like you look at coaching-
1,000%.
you
Look at how
offenses.
Look at how David Tepper shook up the whole room, regardless of what we think about Matt Rule. I know it's been super toxic. I ain't got to speak on this at all. And boy, I can't wait. But look at how David Tepper shook up the room when he gave Matt Rule that contract, man. People, man, the whole league,
the coaches didn't like that
hated
shit.
it. Owners, coaches, everybody.
No,
The owners didn't like that.
So Malcolm, you're exactly right, man. It is a league that is afraid. For as much as it is a copycat league, it's amazing how it's afraid, like, to take chances, like
Exactly.
especially when it comes to coaching. So
Right.
you're spot
I mean,
on.
but can we say this? It can be
go
both. It can be scared and racist.
Yes,
it can be
right.
both.
But here's the thing, though. When you look at most of the coaching trees where coaches come from, a lot of them tend to be white because they coached under these people. They're these assistant coaches
Right.
in the community.
Well, see,
And
my
that's-
problem with
that's
that
the
is that
problem.
my problem with that is this. It's like, listen, us African American phenoms, the black phenoms, you know what I'm saying, that come up with the talent. Their dads, their uncles, all those guys teach them how to play football. A lot of them go into high school. They continue to teach them how to play football. Then you may be lucky in college to have an African American coach or a coach that is non-white.
Man, we don't like being GAs.
But when you get to the league says that people of color are can't coach you anymore.
But
And
Twan,
that's sending a bad message.
Twan, I do think it's changing though. I think one thing we have to acknowledge is that it's going to start changing. This just like it did with the
I got you, John. But listen, the way
Go
you
ahead.
change it is this: the way you have to, and I'm not gonna be long-winded on this. The way
Go
you
ahead.
have to start changing this is they got to get rid of this rule where only the owners of the NFL can accept a new owner coming in or somebody that wants to buy a team or whatever. You got to get rid of that first. Or they're gonna always just pick who they want.
You got to make a case for getting rid of it.
They wouldn't let Donald Trump have a team when he was interested in doing that or whatever.
He was about to. He was trying to buy the bill.
Yeah, so they got a voting system going too. So that's got to end.
Well, and my point to this is that if you want to end that, it's like we've been saying, man, the league is extremely traditional, and that's because it's you got to protect these franchises. A lot of this shit is extremely fragile. And the problem is you let one owner come in and then they start doing some underhanded things, kind of disrupting the balance, or just like with what Tepper did with Rule, shaking up the market. It makes it hard to have sustained success. A lot of these owners know each other. There's kind of like this unspoken agreement with, how you're supposed to move, like certain things you can do with the cap, certain things that y'all can do with offering contracts, just because you don't want to destroy stability. Because the one thing that you use, the knife that you use to stab somebody else, they're going to start forging a bunch of them other knives, and then they're going to start stabbing you with them eventually.
And eventually the NFL will go under.
So I have a question for y'all.
Especially if it's not competitive anymore.
Hey, Cody, let me make one quick point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, it's already soft.
One of the things that you're starting to see, and just a real quick point to what me and Twan was going back and forth about, is like players begatting players. Like, for instance, Mike Vrabel gets the job with Tennessee, does a incredible job. It won't be long before you start seeing other players get those same kind of opportunities, like D'Amico Ryan, you know what I'm saying, or like Gerard Mayo, who eventually will be a DC. So you're gonna start seeing that kind of different stuff happen. So I do want to lend a little bit of grace to the actual fact that it's gonna start changing. It's just gonna take time, just like I said, just like with the quarterback.
I hope so.
And especially now in the day and age of the internet, man, like look at us, man. Like there's 80 people watching this right now. And this has been a fantastic conversation that we're having about it, talking about a very real issue in the NFL right now. And I wanted to ask y'all this too. And Twan, you were saying you watched something on Bryant Gumbel about the Rooney Rule. But one of the things I also feel like is that a lot of times, whenever there's you fire a coach, a lot of these teams, like they're bringing in these black coaches to give them an interview. And it's like most of the time, that it's just lip service. Like it's just to say, okay, well, we fulfilled the Rooney Rule. Like, I mean, Eric Bieniemy had a ton of interviews the past 2 years, but it's like that was their one Rooney Rule interview. So I feel like a lot of these teams, it's almost like they're just
Cody,
doing the Rooney Rule only for
what I heard about. You know what I heard about Bieniemy. And somebody backed me up because I know somebody else heard this. I heard that it wasn't Adam Schefter. It was another. Someone said that Bieniemy didn't interview well.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport.
I've heard that.
Right. So what the fuck does that?
That means that he gets nervous.
We really gonna go there?
He goes in there. He gets nervous. He doesn't know any answer questions.
Because if it's about wins and losses.
But it can't just be about wins and losses. You got a whole system built up.
Yeah, it can't be about wins and losses because let's face it, at the end of the day, it takes a whole team to win, not just one coach.
And look at all the Belichick disciples that have failed, man. Brian Flores is the only successful Belichick disciple. That man's got more wins than anybody else.
But what? Let me ask somebody that knows, because I really don't know. I heard it today on the radio, and I'm curious, and I've tried to look it up, but I just didn't find anything. The guy on the radio said that from what he was told, Brian Flores, so far, some of his issue is the fact that he has a high turnover ratio among assistant coordinators, especially the offensive side of the ball. And many NFL owners are afraid that he couldn't keep a staff there because he's so
That means you're a good coach.
He's abrasive with them.
That means you're a good coach.
Well, that's nice, but when
you can't keep the stars on your team.
Yeah, but if you can't keep an offensive line coach on your team because you keep screaming at him every time some rookie offensive lineman screws up, after a while you're going to say, "Hey, you."
But also
you go be the offensive line coach.
But Kenneth, let me play devil's advocate to that, right? Matt Rule fired 4 coaches this year, right? Between our D-line coach, our special teams coach, offensive coordinator. I guarantee you, Matt Rule, whether it be college or even somewhere else doing something else in the NFL, that's not going to come up for him in the same way. And I think that's why everybody gets so pissed off, because when you look at, for example, when you look at Adam Gase, for example, Adam Gase was fired as the Miami Dolphins head coach, only to then be instantly hired by the New York Jets right after. So it's like whenever you hear all these caveats of, oh, well, Flores, he's kind of rough on this and this. It's like, yeah, maybe he is, but we know that stuff like that hasn't ever been an obstacle to firing other, specifically white head coaches before too.
Exactly.
So it's like, yeah, we know that that's kind of bullshit.
You think it's a lot of playing for Bill Belichick or coaching under Bill Belichick?
Exactly.
Right.
A lot of this is recycled assistant coaches.
It is.
The offensive line coach that we fired.
Yeah, it's like the side chick.
Go back and research all the teams he was on before he came here. Not one of them with the winning season. Not one of them with the successful franchise. So
Cody,
my question is, why hire the fool?
Yeah.
Cody, here's my thing, bro.
Jay Stubbs, go ahead.
Here's my thing. And like one Carolina was saying, like you said, we're gonna get better, but like I feel that I'm not saying you're wrong, but like we just had 5 head coaches that were black got fired, and now there's one. It's not getting better to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And I hate to say this to you guys. I know everybody's saying that Brian Flores just interviewed with New Orleans. Don't be surprised if Dennis Allen's named head coach when it's all said and done.
That's who Sean Payton was.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
The Rooney Rule interview. Like
I couldn't play.
Brian Flores is a Rooney Rule interview.
I couldn't play for Flores, man.
And by the way, they're saying the Bears, how about this? Pep Hamilton denied coming to Carolina to interview for us, but how about he's going to interview up there with the Bears? And
Hey,
Justin
Cody,
Fields.
stop right there, Cody. Cody, stop right there, because that's where I was going to go next.
Okay,
Stop
what's
right
up?
there, Cody. That I'm telling y'all, listen, that was single-handedly that was the worst thing that could have happened to us. Was that a minority coach said not that team?
Well, I mean,
it's like Matt Stafford first, right? Matt Stafford said no, and now everyone says a no. That's not good, man. When Matt Stafford's telling you no, that's not good.
Stafford told us no. Pep Hamilton told us no.
But Stafford was right. If Stafford had to Carolina, he would have got killed behind that offensive line.
And
in the NFC Championship game,
right.
He was right.
Right.
Let me tell you what.
That's a good that Matt Rule was toxic in the locker room. Isn't that what Luke Kuechly? Wasn't there a report saying something about Matt Rule being toxic? And that made the decision easier.
Luke said he already had.
I heard so many stories about that.
Well, the Saints have requested permission to interview Byron Leftwich. I mean, that's what Adam Schefter tweeted about yesterday. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting.
I hope the guy that Leftwich doesn't take that job, man. That's a shit job, bro.
Hey, and Twan, you're right. Think about it.
To that point,
Twan. Get the Jet job or the Jaguars job.
Yeah, that's a shit job, bro.
They keep giving them the stupid jobs that they're not going to be.
What's crazy is the perfect team to Leftwich to coach is us.
Yeah,
you know
but I'm telling you, man, I was still a fan of Bieniemy, man. Like if I had, out of all the names that we've talked about, like if I had my pick, I would choose Eric Bieniemy, man. I would want to give that guy a shot here. But I thought that the last time around before we hired Matt Rule, man.
Josh McDaniels has informed the Raiders that he wouldn't be accepting their interview request unless he's being offered the job.
Wow, that's how you do it, though. That's how you do it.
And then
right now.
Then he'll send them a fax saying, "Never mind."
Yes.
Wait. So you're telling me that you can just say, "Hey, I'm not going to interview for a job unless you guarantee me the job." What's the point in interviewing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's that mayonnaise.
Look, straight up, guys. Right now, I'm looking to try to find a new apartment. Okay, and I can't tell you how many apartments out there are saying you have to apply, and we have to accept your application before you can even see the place. No, I'm sorry. That's ass backwards. You cannot sit there and say, I'm not going to go out and interview for the job unless if you promise me the job. Guys, I own my own business, okay? I'm not racist. I love everybody. Okay, and I hate everybody equally.
Oh shit.
Okay, it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter any of that shit. If your fundamentals match mine, if you are going to go into a customer's house and you're going to wire something properly, you aren't going to leave something half-assed, you aren't going to fucking leave a potential hazard, you're going to treat people with respect, I don't care what color your skin is, I don't care any of that shit. Okay? That's the part that matters to me. Right. So a lot of these times, hold on.
Well, this country was filled with a lot more people like you. We wouldn't be having this conversation.
Exactly.
And you know what? You're definitely right, because you know what? I grew up in the middle of the woods in Massachusetts. I don't care about the color of anybody's skin. Okay? And yes, I know that not everyone is like that, but more people are like that than I think a lot of people realize.
That's true.
Okay, yeah. I'm not necessarily saying that about any of the higher ups in the NFL because I don't know any of them, and I will never meet them. You know, but at the end of the day, what's more disrespectful? Having 2 black coaches come in to meet the Rooney Rule and not getting hired and only interviewing just to meet that rule, or them not getting an interview at all because you know that they aren't going to fit the system that you're trying to build. I know I'm speaking way out hypothetically, and I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that with anything that I'm saying.
I don't understand. Yeah. So hold on. Elaborate on when you said you know they're not going to fit the system.
So, like, let's say you have an idea as far as what you want the team to be. Let's say, like Matt Rule has said, we want to be a run-first team. Okay. Are you going to go out there and interview? Would you want to go out there and interview somebody who is a pass-happy offensive coordinator, like Joe Brady, for example?
That's a good point.
Or are you going to try to find somebody who fits the system that you're trying to build?
Isn't McAdoo? Don't he throw the ball a lot?
I have no idea.
He does a lot of, from my understanding, he does a lot of your West Coast.
Yeah. McAdoo is a running back.
Short pass in the run and.
I watched that interview that Cody did. That Tony did with that gentleman from the New York podcast or whatever. And he talked about how McAdoo is a lot in 11 personnel, which is a West Coast formation, standard West Coast formation. So
I'm not even totally upset about this McAdoo situation.
Me either, bro.
Me either. I actually like it.
I just want some NFL plays. That's all I want. It's NFL plays. That's all.
Because he's always shined as offensive coordinator. He just can't get that head coach thing down.
Shit, the best 2 seasons that Eli Manning ever had were under McAdoo as the offensive coordinator. So,
and Eli Manning really stuck up for McAdoo. Said
I bet he did.
Didn't affect
you get 2 Super Bowl rings, you'll stick up for him too.
Yeah,
exactly.
Eli said the benching never bothered. He said the benching. To be honest, we were playing bad, and somebody had to be benched. And when you're the starting quarterback, that's what you do when you start.
Yeah, but Panthers rule. That's Eli Manning. That's not most people, man. He just a nice dude.
So hold on real quick. We're gonna continue in the direction of that conversation. I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead and give Nick his out. I know he's gotta get out of here, man. I appreciate you joining us, Nick. You have any final words for the show you want to bless us with before you prepare for 20 fucking inches of snow?
Good God.
You know what? The only thing I'm gonna say is I stand with Cam.
Yes, sir.
Hey, there it is.
Give him a proper send-off, not the bullshit that we did to him this past season.
Hey, yo, you're my bro, Nick, for life, man. For life.
Hey, listen. Before he goes, I would like to say this. Before he goes, I would like to say this. I tried to say it earlier. I think one Carolina heard me speak on this before. You got to say it again real quickly. The reason why the Carolina Panthers, to me, I'm not going to tell you guys for you, but for me, I believe in something called karma. I believe what's going on with the Carolina Panthers, what we're going through right now, is called karma. What we did to Cam Newton and what they did to the fans with no explanation and the way that they did it, nothing good was going to come from that. Nothing good. We've been horrible since. It's called karma, and that's what we're going through now for bad business practices and getting rid of a guy that a whole city embraced.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If not state.
Twan, put an address on that, Twan. Tepper. Tabor.
And I think Cody has said this numerous times. Okay, it's
we had stars coming to see our games, man.
Yeah, we had Young Jeezy and 2 Chainz in the crowd.
What are you saying,
sideline.
Hey, and keep in mind the Panthers are a small market team too. So
Small market team too.
Yeah, and that's why I've always said Cam Newton is the biggest superstar and the most important.
I'm like, man, you got rappers and stuff on the
bro.
sideline. Come on, bro.
Yeah. But hold on, real quick, Nick. What were you gonna say before you jumped
just
out?
real quick. I know I'm pretty sure it was Cody that has said this numerous times. It's not the fact that we cut Cam; it's how we did it.
Exactly.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Whoever's right there below me, I forget what your name is, but you definitely hit the nail on the head because I'm a big believer in karma too. And the fact that is your very first thing that you do whenever you're hired as head coach is to cut Cam in that way. Yeah, no, that's not how you get off on the right foot.
You talked about how great he was, and then you cut him.
Yeah, you cut him, but not like the way you do.
Yeah, and
how about this? How about this? He's about to do it again because he's saying the praises of Cam Newton in his final press conference. And we all know that Cam's not going to come back if Matt Rule had his say so in this.
He said he'd try to be part of a program.
He's a hypocrite, man.
Karma is
a real hypocrite.
All right, Nick.
Yeah,
good, man.
Nick, I appreciate you, brother.
All right, Nick. Hey, I'm gonna be honest though. They cut Cam again, bro. I hope Matt Rule stubs his toe on every corner that he passes. Every table, every corner. Shit. Stubbing on
every time we get up at night to use the bathroom, he bang his toes against.
Yo, Michael, not only do I hope he hits his toe on everything, but I hope he does it so much it gets infected, and the toenail turns. Yeah, the toenail turns all fungusy and shit, like the fungus that he has put on this Panthers team, man.
Have y'all noticed Matt Rule's like almost bald now?
Yeah.
Yo, being the Panthers head coach is not too good for the hairline, man.
Yeah.
Well, maybe at the next home game we need to get the crowd to start a Rule is balding chat.
Matt Rule will be a more respected guy as if he said at least 1 or 2 times in his interviews after the game, I have to be a better coach. But it's never his fault.
He always says we as coaches, not I as a coach.
It's never he never puts anything on him. Meanwhile, when Cam was playing, even when Cam was playing horribly, Cam put the whole game on himself.
Oh, he was doing that at the Patriots.
He just got there and said, I got to be better.
Yeah.
He just got there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're gonna bring Cam Newton in, then fire the offensive coordinator, and then as soon as Sam Darnold comes back, the guy that you brought in to replace Cam Newton, you're going to go right back to Sam Darnold the moment that you get the opportunity to do so. Look, man, the guy is a fraud. The guy is a phony. In that interview that he did for WFNZ, he said that their plan was for Teddy Bridgewater to be a stopgap quarterback, and then when they had their opportunity to draft their own version of Mahomes, that they would do so, and yet they didn't even adhere to their own plan. They got rid of Bridgewater after 1 year.
Though, because they literally spent several $1 million to do what they could have did by spending no extra money.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Oh,
like, that's the first red flag.
He can throw like Matt Stafford. Let's get him.
The thing was,
so you guys were about to start talking about Ben McAdoo, and some of y'all were saying that y'all not even mad at that hire. For those of you who said that, I want you to expand on that a little bit, because we don't get too many optimistic standpoints when it comes to the Carolina Panthers. So for those of you who do like the McAdoo hire, tell me why.
I can go first here.
I love it.
I don't love it, but with the McAdoo hire, it's a couple things. One, he does slants a lot. We never slant the ball. We have the perfect personnel for slants.
Yes.
So another thing too is, like I said, like I was saying earlier, is just we're gonna see, and even it might be ranked 20th offense, which is okay, it's whatever, but we're gonna have NFL plays. We're gonna have NFL blocking schemes. We're gonna have was he a 5-step and 7-step drops? Most of his plays he calls. It's just 5 and 7-step drops. So I just think that we're gonna have a more I don't want to hate on Joe Brady because I do think he sucked, but
I'm hating on him.
But
He got the
He wasn't the only problem. You know what I'm saying? Like we all
No,
know
he didn't.
the whole system's fucked up.
Yeah,
I also think you're gonna see Terrace Marshall lined up in the X a lot too this year.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, man. I love that, dude. I am so ready. I am so ready for any kind of coach that's actually going to put our players in positions to be successful.
Like Tommy Tremble.
Tommy Tremble. And put Terrace Marshall in the slot. Put him outside. You know, move your players around, man. There's no reason not to, especially in today's NFL. Hey, real quick before we move on, I know Drew had to get out of here. Drew, you know I always appreciate you coming on the show, brother. You have anything for the show before you jump out of here?
Great show tonight, guys. As I said, love being on here on the Friday Free For All. Hoping the best for Ben McAdoo. I mean, he's a Panther now, so gotta roll with him at this point. I'd really like to see him get Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield and move him around a bit. I don't see why Christian McCaffrey, if he actually embraced the role, could be the next Cooper Kupp. I mean, honestly, put that man out there and let him go one-on-one.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do.
Probably much less wear and tear.
Running between the tackles is not going to prolong his career at all.
Yeah.
You don't need to be a bell cow at all.
Exactly.
But he can
Let him be
a slasher.
I mean, he can beat linebackers one-on-one, put him out there in the slot, move him around, make him a mismatch.
And by the way, I think he's such a good receiver. You could probably put him on the outside, and he would probably be able to fare well. And it would be so much less wear and tear on his body. Another thing about that is receivers get paid, man. So if anything, if he continues to ball out, that wide receiver check might be more than a running back check when it's time to resign.
Exactly.
Yeah,
guys,
man.
it's been great, and I'll catch you guys next Friday. I'll be on Tuesday night looking at y'all in the chat.
Peace and love, Drew. Love you, brother.
Fellas.
All right, Drew.
All right, let me bring Jay Stubbs back in here. All right, yeah. So, who else wanted to speak on McAdoo?
So look, let me
Go
get
ahead.
real quick, Twan.
Go ahead, bro.
Right
Yeah, you got it.
All right. So to me, when you mentioned someone that mentioned the NFL pedigree, I do like seeing someone that we're bringing in. Number one, because I mean, obviously, I know that Matt Rule is probably on the hottest of seats out there. So I mean, if he is going to have any success, it's highly unlikely that he's going to want to move at any point. So there's continuity there. That's one of the reasons that I'm optimistic about it. But another thing too, man, is like, I've been one of those people that's been optimistic, and I hadn't really said this much just because, Twitter and places like that is extremely toxic. But the reason I don't think that we're that far away, especially when you look at like a quarterback, like we could potentially be a quarterback away, like defensively. We spent 59% of our snaps defensively in a 3-3-5. So like that's 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers, 5 DBs, right? That gave us the second, and I know the numbers are the numbers, and we looked horrible, down the stretch, but ultimately it gave us the second best pass defense in the league. Well, run defense was a problem because our team is not necessarily set up for run defense. But if the offense was just a tad bit better, it doesn't even have to be like a substantial amount better.
Yeah,
we could be a playoff team.
20 points a game.
Look at the San Francisco 49ers right now. I mean, they've got a solid,
a fringe playoff team.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I would even go a step further. I think Cody, and you've been beating this drum like crazy. If they start, because I personally believe that Brady Christensen, from what he shows, is a left tackle. I do believe that Deontay Brown is a right guard. So, like, personally, my pick coming up in the draft would be Tyler Lindenbaum, the kid out of Iowa, right, as a center. You bring in someone like that. We already have Chuba Hubbard. We've already got what's the kids that we picked up from Minnesota, right? Abdullah. Christian McCaffrey potentially coming back if he's healthy.
Running back by committee.
Right, running back by committee.
Like how most NFL teams run.
You can even pick up another undrafted free agent. I mean, look how many successful undrafted free agent running backs there are.
Right.
Yeah, you could definitely have a running back committee here.
And I'm telling you, this is just my personal opinion. If I'm Ben McAdoo and I come in that room knowing what I have and knowing championship pedigree when I see it, I'm talking to Matt Rule, and there is zero chance I'm not re-signing Cam Newton. Zero chance. I'm bringing Cam Newton back, and I'm letting him get a chance to run with the ones until otherwise. Like if I'm gonna die on the ship, I'm dying with Cam Newton. I was on the Sam Darnold train, but if I'm dying on the ship, I'm dying with Newton.
But hold on.
Cam ain't coming back, bro.
He might not, but this is the thing though. That's probably like the most sustainable offense that he can run. Hold on, my big girl. She's going mad. That's probably the most sustainable offense that you can run. If you can run the Kyle Shanahan heavy run, heavy outside run, running back by committee.
You're dying, bro.
I know she won't milk you. Let me go get my little girl some milk real quick.
She go, bro.
She turned.
Yeah, she said, "Hey, yeah." She said, "I want milk not later, but right now, bro."
Tony, what's up, man?
She would not hear of it.
Hey,
What's
Tony,
up, guys?
Tony, what
What's
do
up?
you think about the new look special teams and the new look offense is going to look like?
All right, so I was like listening to what a lot of you guys are saying, and kind of struck me just a few minutes ago as I'm been studying Tabor today, right? Where I've just gotten to know this guy. I was learned some stuff on the radio earlier today, and Matt Rule's actually putting together a pretty decent staff given the circumstances of Carolina right now. I mean, Tabor has all right. So what my biggest concern with Matt Rule when he came in. Look, here's my argument. When
Considering right, as you're saying,
definitely considering the circumstances. Carolina's not right now is not a attractive place to come if you're an assistant coach and trying to move up because there's so much uncertainty surrounding Matt Rule's future. Additionally, my biggest criticism about Matt Rule when he came to the league, or at least I think some of the problems that he's faced, challenges, is that not only did he lack NFL experience, but the guys on his staff lack that NFL experience to a large degree. We spent a lot of time talking about this on the podcast and breaking down where these guys have coached. And I don't think that the problem for Matt Rule's teams have been X's and O's problems. I think it's been personnel management. I think it's been off-season decisions, some things like that. And I think a lot of that may go back to like Rules having to learn too much too fast. And if you think of Sean McVay's success when he took over for the Rams, his defensive coordinator was Wade Phillips. And that just was like, so he could just farm all of that out to him and not have to worry about any of it. So I think this is McAdoo has shown first, he's got experience in the NFL at several different places. He's had head coaching experience, which has sucked, but he has found success on the offense as an offensive coordinator. And then if you go look at Tabor has been in the league for a minute, man. He had 7 years as a special teams coordinator with Cleveland through multiple coaches. Then for the last 4 years, he's had someone named to the Pro Bowl from his special teams squad. And maybe and arguably it's been the best feature of the Chicago Bears throughout all of their struggles. He's coached Tariq Cohen. He's coached Cordell Patterson. And now this, I think is, hold on, I just wrote his name down. Jakeem Grant. So like here is like given the circumstances, no one wants to come to Carolina. And you actually got two guys who feel like check a lot of boxes of things we needed in a coach.
So did he come here for like because the money? If he's so good, why do you know what I'm saying? Like what made it come here?
Because the Bears just cleaned house, right? So like he was part of the so they got rid of Nagy. I mean, and I guess he could have been a holdover, like where the new coach, the Eberflus dude or whatever his name is, could bring, could go with him. But they say that the Eberflus or whatever that guy's name is, he's eyeballing the guy from Las Vegas who was just their interim head coach, who has proved freaking like very cool. Like he's like the coolest dude in the NFL and coaching style. Yeah. So I think, and the one other thing I read is they gave him a 3-year contract.
Wow.
So if he gets fired, if Matt Rule gets fired, he's just going to be looking for another job, but still collecting a paycheck.
100%.
That's a pretty smart move.
David Tepper cash everybody out, don't he?
Yeah.
Man, he
so
can't.
What do y'all think about that? I mean, Tony makes some good points. Like you have to look at the Carolina Panthers in context. and that we are not a very favorable destination right now.
I agree.
And the fact that Matt Rule, again, he says that he wants guys with NFL experience. And listen, none of us want to give Matt Rule any kudos, and rightfully so. But the guy is trying to find people who have that NFL experience that this coaching staff lacks. So I do think that given all that context and the guys that we were able to bring in, especially when you look at Tabor and his resume that he's brought here, which does look pretty good, I think that's a good argument that, you know, we could have done worse with our coaching hires.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't want to do the Debbie Downer thing either, but
well, don't do it, Twan.
No,
man, fuck Matt Rule, man.
Facts.
I don't even give him credit for any of this. I think, as far as I'm concerned, Fitterer's doing all of this shit.
Did they ever coach together? McAdoo
Because
and
Matt Rule is not smart enough to do some of these moves. I think Fritter has something to do with this or whatever. I think what's happening, if you guys can follow me, I think Fritter has just as much to do with these moves, so that when he goes to Tepper and say,
he's done.
Rule is not my guy. I did not hire him. He still has the pieces that he wants to be on his team as far as that coaching staff.
Or as far as just next year. You know what
I can agree. I can level with that.
Just as far as like a 1 year deal.
Bro, listen. If I'm Scott Fritter, I'm not letting Matt Rule do anything by himself.
Let's understand something. Scott Fitterer is not in charge of Matt Rule. David Tepper's in charge of Matt Rule. Scott Fitterer is at the same exact level of Matt Rule. Actually, Matt Rule's probably a little bit ahead of over David.
One of the problems right there. You don't let
I think he used to be that way.
Coach over a general manager? What?
David Tepper said when he hired Scott Fitterer, Matt Rule has roster power.
Yeah, but I think that changed last year, bro.
Well, don't get me started.
Scott Fitterer signs somebody in free agency. He brings it to Matt Rule to get Matt Rule's approval.
Well, Tepper's been backwards since he's been here, so we already started on him.
Should have never hired a GM after the coach, bro.
He should never do that. You let the GM go get his own coach.
He should have never fired Ron Rivera.
Nah, he had to go.
The Ron Rivera's problem was an owner who cared too much about his pretty women, and a GM who cared more about giving his friends a big paycheck.
Hey, Tony, I got a question, bro. I know this is off of the topic that we were just talking about, but just in your opinion, how far you think we away, man?
I guess probably about the same distance we've been away the whole time.
Exactly.
Which is like
don't have to be that close.
1995.
No, it's offensive line. Like, it doesn't matter who you got, what you got. Offensive line and quarterback have to be harmonious, and you have to have confidence that they can.
Tony, there's no plan, bro.
It has to be a marriage, bro.
No plan.
You can have in my opinion, and I'm gonna show you proof of this. You can have Colin Cowherd said something today that would make so much sense.
Oh my God!
He talked about
Colin Cowherd said something that made sense.
Hang on.
He's right. Every once in a while, Colin Cowherd
will say something genius.
No, he said Joe Burrow is the best and worst thing to happen to quarterbacks in the NFL. Here's why. Joe Burrow wins a playoff game getting sacked 9 times.
Right.
Okay? I see where you're going.
He said also, he was like this. He said that should be a referendum on guys like Daniel Jones. What's my man from the Eagles, right? Tua.
Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Tua. All these other. All it does is show you, outside of Garoppolo, who I tend to like personally. Like Garoppolo is a winner, 35-15 as a starter with San Francisco. That's another story. It don't matter what plan you have. If you do not have a quarterback, you will not succeed in this league. Zach Taylor, 2-14 when they drafted Joe Burrow. He got hurt last year. They lost they won like 6 games. They drafted my man out of LSU, the other Jamar Chase, and now they're in the AFC Championship. Quarterback or nothing. That's it. That is it. So to me, I talked about Lindenbaum as the pick, right? Because I'd like to see us shore up this offensive line.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If Pickett shows out in the Senior Bowl, if Bailey Zappi looks good, whatever one of these guys, you gotta get.
Look, if I may jump in here, John, at the start of the show, one of the things I said, like you hear so many people that are like, Panthers cannot draft a quarterback. They cannot draft a quarterback. Well, I don't really like dealing in these absolutes because what that says is we're gonna go with these tropes over our own evaluation of this class coming out in the draft. And the fact of the matter is, if our coaching staff identifies either Matt Corral, Kenny Pickett, or Malik Willis as franchise quarterbacks, then man, maybe they should pull the trigger and get the guy while you have him there. 100%. And so I'm not endorsing
the giant
quarterback either. But we cannot take that off the table yet because it might be the answer.
Tony, I've been saying it
thing on
jump. It just makes sense financially for the next, because we're going to be in cap hell because we're going to restructure everybody again.
And by the way, also, can I continue? Can I continue to make an argument for the quarterback thing? So let's try and be a little optimistic here, right? Let's just say that Brady Christensen and Deontay Brown end up being competent starters for the Carolina Panthers. Well, now that's 2 less offensive line positions that you have to worry about in the offseason. We were thinking that we would need a left tackle, left guard, center, and right guard before the start of next season. And we might have 2 of those guys on our roster right now. So if you did draft a quarterback, and then maybe sometime later, pick up someone like Alex Lindstrom out of Boston College, all of a sudden your offense might have some of the pieces that it needs to start to get rolling here.
We just need some good guard play, to be honest with you, man, because the outside wasn't terrible. It's just they ran them stunts on us, and we could not pick
in the center.
Yeah. But, Cody, I know nobody wants to hear this. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm just throwing this out there just because of the John Mara New York Giants story today. Don't be surprised if that DW name starts popping. I don't want to get you killed in the algorithm, but if DW name look,
you can say it, man. I've been saying it forever.
I'm telling you, what the Watson thing is very much still in play because it's not going to necessarily be a no trade clause situation for him, even though it is, right? But it's mainly going to be like, look, we only got a few partners here. John Mara said unequivocally, no, we do not want you in New York, right? So that whole situation is out. Cleveland's keeping Baker Mayfield. Possibly the Vikings, there's a few other, potential places, but Miami's probably out. I think the whole reason that Flores was fired was because of Tua in the first place.
Exactly.
But I'm telling you don't be surprised, man. Don't be surprised. And they're probably going to give away a whole lot to do it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
John, I have literally been saying that for months, that the Carolina Panthers, if people love him or hate him, it doesn't matter. You are going to continue to hear rumors about Deshaun Watson to Carolina. On top of that, because we know that our owner has zero patience for any more fucking around, man.
And we also know,
Oh, okay. So Cody,
but we also know that Deshaun Watson told them to not stop calling him.
Nah, that's not. Deshaun never told. Deshaun has never told anyone that the Panthers are off limits.
Yeah. All right. But look, I'm getting back on Cody with this Tepper.
Yeah, man.
Shit. If Tepper is so fed up, why the fuck do you continue with Matt Rule?
Ego, bro. Ego.
Because you're going to pay that man for 5 more years. Why not wait one more season?
But even
because if you get a bag of grapes, no one says that you have to eat the one.
But Twan, so you and I,
just because he came with it.
So, Twan, you and I might know better.
Just eat the good ones.
But this is the simple fact, right? Matt Rule, and we know the offensive line was bad because of the decisions that Matt Rule made. We understand that. But Matt Rule is able to go to David Tepper and said, I didn't have a good offensive line, and I didn't have a good quarterback that could do the things I asked him to.
All your fault. He can
Right.
say that was all your
But David
fault.
Tepper, I'm just telling you that from David Tepper's perspective, not only is it an ego thing of him not wanting to fire the guy that he signed to a 7-year contract, but David Tepper also has that in his mind that all we have to do is give him a quarterback and an offensive line that works, and we might be able to get some juice out of this orange. Tony,
That's every team in the league, bro.
Yeah, hold on, Tony, what were you
I
gonna
got to tell you, if that's how Tepper thinks, I'm disappointed in him. Because as a billionaire, if you allow Matt Rule to sell you on some shit, and you
he did though. It's obvious for everyone that he did.
Cody, you're right, man. That's what it is.
That's just what it is. Tony, what were you gonna say, man?
Tony, go ahead.
All right, I got 2 points. One is just in relation to the Tepper, but I don't really want to talk about that too much. I want to come back to Colin Cowherd and kind of like a addendum counterpoint to that discussion. When it comes to Tepper, you got to start wondering. I'm looking at these head coaching names and some of these guys that are getting it around the league, and there's so many openings now that Sean Payton added to it. You know, maybe this is one of those years where it's like, man, if we go and get a coach, like it almost like, hey, just let Matt Rule hang himself next year, and you know, if he's good enough or something like that, then we're probably still going to replace him anyway. You know, and then the quarterback class is supposed to be better the following year. But I don't really, I thought Matt Rule should have been fired. I'm surprised he, just because of all the poor decisions, like you guys said, were his decisions, right? So I just don't like that idea. Like if we would have had a better offensive line or a better quarterback, you're the one that did that. But back to the Colin Cowherd thing, and I just like the Joe Burrow discussion. I think it is a good point that like it is bad. Like what Burrow did is bad in a referendum for guys that are middle pack guys or maybe even upper middle pack. But I think in another way,
injury, bro. Already
yeah,
I think ACL.
Yeah, I think one way it just says though is that I think that one thing it tells us is that that's just how much elite QB play matters.
Yeah.
Right. And is that the fact it's a travesty, or maybe how special Joe Burrow is? I was admittedly a guy who was just whelmed by Joe Burrow. Right. I thought, man, how can you not be great on that team with LSU? I just didn't know if he was going to do it, you know. And he's proven it. Like I've fallen in love with him. I think right now he's the best young
funnest team of football, bro.
But I don't think any other quarterback. I don't think it's reasonable to ask a quarterback to play like that behind an offensive line. But I also think you just have to have a quarterback like that to win consistently in this league. Because if you have an upper middle guy like a Baker Mayfield or a Daniel Jones, if you want to, whatever you want to classify those guys as, or maybe even like is Teddy Bridgewater, is that everything so much has to go right. So much has to go right for it to work. Can it work? Yes. But like, look at Aaron Rodgers. They had home field advantage, 13-3 record. Like, what else can you ask for? It already takes everything to go right when you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So you got to get the quarterback, and then you got to go and get that good-looking girlfriend of an offensive line.
And then also to add on top of that too, man, you look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and that team, they're getting hot at the right time, right? So salute to them, they're doing their thing. But in the middle of this season, even with Jimmy Garoppolo as their quarterback, they lost a bunch of games that they were supposed to win.
Exactly.
And one of the things that you can see, man, is that your road to winning a championship is so much harder if you don't have a quarterback that can throw to every level of the field, a guy that can read the defense, a guy that can be mobile and extend the pocket and throw on the run. I mean, especially, dude, how as a Panther fan do you not get envious of watching Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes throw for 5 touchdowns, 500 yards almost every
Well,
game?
they half our team is in Buffalo.
Exactly.
But
Hey, Cody,
I mean,
I got one
yeah.
for you. I got one for you, Cody. They said that Josh Allen in 2 playoff games threw more touchdown passes than Sam Darnold did all year long. How crazy is that?
I got a statement for one Carolina.
insane.
I got a statement for one Carolina.
Yeah, go ahead.
One Carolina. Hear me good when I say this, brother.
Mm-hmm.
When the season's over, Jimmy Garoppolo will tell everyone to put some respect on his name.
Hey, listen.
He's gonna make a mistake, bro. He's gonna make the
I'm
mistake.
telling y'all right now, he's
Hey,
gonna win the whole thing.
Quan,
He was
pardon my language.
Nah.
'Cause I got a statement for you too. Pardon my language. People got Jimmy fucked up.
They do.
Bro. All right, so
He's a good quarterback, but he's gonna throw a pick. He's gonna make the mistake. It's gonna happen.
He was a pass away from winning it the first time.
Exactly. The pass that it was awful pass, bro.
Yeah, but he didn't make that pass though.
Exactly.
Like, that's
the
the
point.
point. A lot
No.
of
But what about the pass that he did complete and they call that shit back?
But also, look, Torn, even if you look at that game,
George Kittle.
Hey, Garoppolo is going to tell y'all to
even
put some respect on his name in the
even
season.
if you look at that game against the Packers, the 49ers won because of their special team.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo got them into field goal range, but
13 points, bro.
Both of those offenses were rendered inept that entire game. And you know what's funny?
That offense does
I
so
couldn't have
much.
said it no better, boy, Carolina. Jimmy said, y'all got me fucked up.
Like, y'all don't even understand, bro. That Kyle Shanahan play action offense is just something nice.
It's
for a quarterback, for when he
But
throws
it's something to
at the
say
right
though.
time.
You gotta admit though, it's something to say when your season's on the line and it's 3rd and 7 and you run Debo, like you get the ball to Debo as a handoff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and then all the receivers, even their tight ends are yak monsters. That also goes to the stat line and plays for passes. And in a play action offense, you got yak monsters for all of your receivers, every single one, from Ayuk to Debo to Dan Kittle. Even if Jalen Hurd were healthy, he would be a yak monster.
Debo Samuels is Christian McCaffrey playing wide receiver.
Stop it.
DJ Moore. Hey, how about this? Let me pose this to y'all. Matt Rule wants the Carolina Panthers to be the San Francisco 49ers.
Man,
I'm about to throw up. This is what I mean, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. He wants a game manager quarterback, which he has proven. He wants a run-first football team, which he has proven. Like my man Malcolm just said, he wants these yards after catch players. In his perfect ideal world, he's going to build a really good defense like the Panthers historically have been known for, and they want to run that play-action pass-style offense, get the ball into the hands of their playmakers, let them get some yards after the catch, and that's how he wants to win football
You
games.
didn't get the ball in McCaffrey's hands 70% of the time.
Exactly. And you know what's funny about
Right.
that game? That game Sunday? That game Sunday night, we would have never won that game because it'd been 13 seconds with no timeouts.
Exactly. None, because he would have called them all. Look, man, I hope Bob McAdoo doesn't come in here and fall in love with Christian McCaffrey right away. Learn from these last 2 years and understand your playbook cannot surround this guy, man. It can't. Because if he goes down again,
Here's the thing with McCaffrey. He's not going to be a bell cow. You're going to have. I don't think that Chuba Hubbard is necessarily a gap runner, but I mean, you got to get you somebody that's going to pound the box in between the A gaps.
I thought that boy did already.
Motion him in every now and again. Have him sort of check the linebackers a little bit with his motions, and then on some things run him on the sweep. My baby girl telling me I'm wrong right here, but
She ain't even trying to hear your Panthers take.
She just turned 3, and like, bro.
Oh man,
really,
that's awesome.
Yeah, man, he got his chest out too, man. That was.
Hey, bro, real quick.
I know, hey, Quan, I was thinking the same thing.
Got
Like,
the chest rocks out. I mean, this ain't.
What's going on over there, bro?
This my everyday attire, bro. I zip it up when it gets cold.
We messing with you, bro. You good?
No, you're good.
No. For real though, I mean, this team is built good, and here's the problem: The problem is that we have no guard play. I think somebody said it earlier, but you get good run blocking guards low enough in the draft. Like that's not hard to do. You just need good guards that can actually maul, and then you just need maybe a Mekhi Becton type as your tackle, as your right tackle, and boom, you got an excellent run first team for the cheap. The wide receivers are good enough. They're good enough in short yardage. It's all you got to get. But we're just so backwards built, and I know it's supposed to be nastier, but we just built so backwards that we didn't complete that. And so I don't know.
Hey, real quick before we go forward, man, shout out to Southbound for the $10, man. We always appreciate it. Until Brady is gone, the other teams of our division have no hope. He left the AFC East and got competitive. He shows up in the NFC South, and the other teams become irrelevant. Just facts. Appreciate you, Southbound. Listen, how about this, man? Going forward, Christian McCaffrey is going to continue to be one of the biggest conversation points around this football team, not only because of how much money we're paying him, but the injury history, potentially moving him to wide receiver in more of a full-time scenario. I mean, how about this, though? John mentions, we're not going to be done with this Deshaun Watson conversation. Well, dude, having a guy like Christian McCaffrey, if your intention is to go out in free agency and get a big-name quarterback to come here, well, you're going to be dependent upon playmakers like Christian McCaffrey and DJ Moore to bring them in, or else they're really not going to have a reason to want to come here with Matt Rule and all the decisions that he's made. I mean, we're going to have to continue to keep this offense somewhat the same and hope that we're not as many pieces away on the offensive line as some of us might think that we are.
Man, Cody, listen. One of the things that I would look at if I was a free agent quarterback, I'm always going to look at two things. Number one, obviously, scheme fit is going to be important. For me, like what are you looking like offensively? What, does it link up with what I'm already doing so I feel comfortable when I come in, so it's kind of a seamless process. But the other thing I look at is this, man, it's like, look, the NFC South, even with Brady, man, it's getting ready to be wide open. Do you understand how big of a loss the Antonio Brown situation was for?
Bro, when they lost Antonio, I said no Super Bowl for them.
No, sir. And I'm telling you, like, not only did they lose him, but they got tons of players under contract that they may not be able to re-sign. There may be players who bolt and go somewhere else. And I can tell you, in my personal opinion, I think if Brady sees that, that's why it's such influx. And then not only that, man, but like we got to put in just a human factor. Man, that man's got kids who's getting ready to start like middle school, and I think one's getting ready to start high school. Like, this man has to go be a dad at some point in his life, or he may risk losing his family, because I don't know how much longer his wife is going to put up with that, right? So, like,
she's the breadwinner.
Yes, this division's getting ready. Yeah, facts, Twan. But this division, in my opinion, is getting ready to be wide open, and we have a grand opportunity. Because the Saints, man, that Saints cap situation, whoo. Man, I'm talking. It's going to be a while before the Saints figure that situation out.
Saints are built to be okay, but they're not built to be
wide open.
Tom Brady does a podcast on XM Radio, and he was quoted on it as saying that he enjoyed the podcast and he wouldn't mind doing a lot more podcasts if he had the time to do it.
I think Brady's gone, man. I think that team has a bunch of guys about to leave.
Brady ain't leaving. He's too cocky to leave, bro.
He's going to leave because his wife's going to tell him to leave.
I really do think.
But hey, no, if we're really being real here, man, like it's the same thing with Sean Payton as it is with Tom Brady. They're reading the tea leaves, y'all. Yep. Sean Payton looked at that team and said, "I don't have a quarterback going forward. We're minus $74 million in the hole, man. If there's ever an opportunity for me to go be a broadcaster, well, I'll be damned if this ain't it, man." Apparently, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a very similar situation going on in that, they might not be able to field the same kind of team this year and last year, as they potentially might next year.
Hey, Cody.
So, yeah.
Question. How y'all gonna feel about Rule when he pop up because we the worst division in football with that 7-8-1 and make the playoffs?
Yeah. I was
Worst case scenario.
I
Hey,
said
man,
that earlier.
7-9-1 and make the
One
playoffs.
Carolina, I was just
We're
thinking
gonna
that. I
back
was just
into all
like,
that.
wouldn't that just make us another NFC East?
And then
Exactly.
then Rule's going to win the division backward, and he's going to stay here a couple years longer under his way because he won the division.
No,
Can
we're
you
gonna
imagine?
be the
Can you
new
imagine
NFC
us?
East because those before Dallas won last year, they would get into the playoffs every year with 7-10 records, and I mean, will we even have a winning season when we get in? I know a lot of people don't care how you get in, but it's two pretty bad conferences in the East, bro.
They say it's wide open, man. But let's be honest, dude. Like we're not in no position. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
We've won the division before at 7-9.
Maybe though we could think of this a different way, because I felt the same way. Is that like, this was part of Matt Rule's master plan to be so bad he was bad ahead of everybody else, and then just wait for him to bring everybody else down.
Is that why you fired everybody?
And then he's just gonna like sneak into the playoffs. Going back to the comments about how far we are away.
Far away,
in
bro.
theory, is that like you are an offensive line and a quarterback away, particularly when the rest of the division is not getting better super fast as that's going on. So,
Tony, no offense, bro, but the whole league is a quarterback and an O line.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay, but question.
That's not true.
Here's the thing. We got a couple of pieces, and it's not as expensive to fix. How do y'all feel about taking Malik Willis somewhere low? Like if he really drops, in the draft as a kind of
not as a quarterback.
Why?
Bro?
Monty Edwards,
Bro,
wide receiver.
Have you seen dude's arm? He is like at Liberty. He was literally the epitome of a Patrick Mahomes.
I feel you, homie.
He's got elite arm talent. Yes,
I'm not like I don't like him. I'm weary of guys who don't play anybody in college.
But
Garoppolo played in Miami of
Wyoming. Listen, when it comes to evaluation, it's so cliche. But I'll be damned if it isn't the truth, man. You have to evaluate the player and not the helmet. Because that is going to cause people to miss on some premium talented players. Another thing to remember too is that Malik Willis isn't playing with nobody, man. They went up against Auburn, man. Like they didn't have receivers that were making consistent separation. They didn't have a good enough offensive line a lot of the time. So at Liberty, it's going to be a minus, because you're not going up against the competition that, say, a Matt Corral or a Kenny Pickett is going up against. But man, when you look at all the intangibles, that you want from a quarterback, the mobility, the toughness, the arm talent, the ability to see the field, dude, if you give Malik Willis a little time to develop, that could be a damn good football player.
I keep seeing him in the round two. Wait till after the combine. It's gonna be round one. For sure.
No, for sure. There's no way that Malik Willis is going round.
Go ahead.
Juan, who was the first black quarterback to win the Super Bowl?
Your boy with the Washington football team.
Doug
Williams. Doug Williams. With the Gremlins.
Who the last quarterback to take the Titans to the Super Bowl?
That would be your boy that got shot in the head. Why am I knowing what happened to these guys and not their names?
Where you go to school?
He went to Alcorn.
There you go.
Hey, I'm with it, but we ain't getting him in the second round, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to pick him six. You gonna pick him six?
Wait a minute. Whoa. Last year, everybody said Kyle Trask is going the first round. People guaranteed it. You know where Kyle Trask was drafted at?
Yeah, but there was four quarterbacks ahead of him, bro. There's only 2 quarterbacks this year.
You don't know that,
bro.
Hey,
a thousand people jumped all over me on Twitter, and when I went to
rightfully so.
YouTube channel, they jumped all over me when I made a reference and said that Mac Jones was going to the first round, and everybody went off the deep end
He was
By doors,
projected.
he made the playoffs.
I mean,
He was projected number 4 to San Fran, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, also Mac Jones.
Everybody knows it now.
Mac Jones.
He was
Hold
projected
on,
San Fran.
Nick Saban, he gonna get a look.
One of the things about like Kyle Trask, and that's what you're evaluating in a quarterback. If they don't have the arm talent and the mobility, like if they are completely dependent upon offensive line and receivers that can separate, then they're not really your first round talents. A lot of people thought that of Mac Jones, and to be honest, I still kind of do. But he went to the perfect situation with the Patriots for him to be successful, and that's why I think he was such a good player this year.
Hey, Cody, can I make a point?
And really, a lot of his games were terrible. Actually, if you look at a lot of his games, the stat lines, like they look good in the early stretch.
He won with like 37 passes.
But you know one thing he can do real good?
Hand the ball off.
That leg twist. He can do that real good.
Hand the ball off, bro.
All right. Hey,
we'll never forget that, bro. We'll never forget that shit.
All right. So can I make a point for Kenny Pickett? And I'm gonna go right at Joe Brady, right? Okay, so Joe Brady played with all the talent. This is my first point. Joe Brady played with all the talent in the world at LSU. And somebody mentioned it earlier. That's why I didn't think he was gonna be all that NFL, because I was like, he was surrounded by talent. Same thing with Mac Jones. You know, but
right.
We should all know by now that some of the best quarterbacks are quarterbacks that go later on in drafts to better teams. That they got tools. Often go to horrible teams, and they have to get traded somewhere down the line to start seeing what
not lately.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, not lately. Well,
it is worth mentioning. Go ahead.
But with Pickett, I'm looking at what Burrow did, and I'm saying to myself, Pickett put Pittsburgh, if they were ever on the map, back on the map. You can't overlook that he broke Dan Marino's record. I mean, I don't care what anybody says.
I want to take him, Twan. I want to take him, bro. I really do.
Okay, and on top of that, I mean, his size, his height, and he won all those games. And he ain't have no great team surrounded by him, around him. And even when they lost, he was so competitive, bro. I don't.
Hey, Twan.
We have
Big Ten was weak this year, though.
Hey, Twan. Do you like? I want them too. Don't get me wrong, but I keep having them 2 glove flashbacks, bro.
I don't care about the gloves. I know a lot.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just league wide. That's just. I mean, when does it ever work out?
Let me tell you this.
Honestly,
though.
it doesn't. That glove thing is a real thing, because what do gloves signify?
Small hands.
Exactly.
But Joe Burrow got small hands, don't he?
Yeah.
Not like that.
He got a quick release.
Hey, by the way,
got short arms.
Well, by the way, what's his name? What was the guy? So Joe Burrow, they were clowning him for small hands too. Hey, how about this though? How about this? Matt Ryan is always wearing gloves. Teddy Bridgewater is always wearing gloves. So the only reason I say that, the only reason that I'm even saying that is it's not like other players haven't made that work before.
I know. I'm just saying, to me personally, I was like, I want to.
Yeah, but we have flashbacks with that Teddy too left there.
That glove scare me, bro.
Well, back in the day, way back in years ago, nobody wore gloves. And then a few wide receivers started wearing gloves because it helped them to get a better grip on the ball. Steve Smith was one of them that started wearing gloves, and he claimed it really helped him a lot. And then all of a sudden, the quarterbacks were wearing gloves. So if it's going to help them, I'm all for it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I forget who it was. I heard some famous NFL player saying, like, a lot of these big-time catches that you see, they're not as impressive. Yeah, because those gloves, man, that's like a
sticky, bro.
You know that sticky shit that you put on a fly trap.
Yeah,
like bro, it's hard for that to even come off.
Where do you get them things at? I'm gonna buy a pair and send it to Sam Darnold. The note said, "Wear them suckers on Sunday."
He need to wear them shits.
Hey,
Nah,
Cody.
I mean, it's good though. It does help you handle the snap, especially if you got a right snap. Like that's the one thing that I'll say from the quarterback position. Like, you know, you still got a lot of people don't understand when it comes from the gun, you still got to catch the ball. And
Now, do y'all feel
some guys wear gloves because of that center the quarterback exchange. Some guys struggle with fumbling the ball.
Yeah.
They don't know how the center hikes it to them. You know what I'm saying? They want to have good grip.
Hey, Cody, how long do you think it'll take before Bailey Zappi becomes the Zach Wilson of this draft?
Like,
dude, it's already happening. I mean, bro, it's already happening, man. Like, I feel like I'm hearing more and more.
His
about
numbers are sick, though, dude. Like, at some point, we just have to say these numbers are ridiculous. And
but
how
where did they play?
How did
that's the point.
But I got a question, Cody.
Long? He must have averaged 10 touchdowns a game, dude.
Cody, I got a question. What the Joe Burrow, Herbert draft, a weak quarterback draft class? Wasn't that supposed to be the weak quarterback draft? Was Joe Burrow and Mitch Herbert?
Well, no, I mean everybody thought that Tua was the man.
Exactly.
And then he kept on getting hurt. And then listen, honestly, Herbert was evaluated very high. But if you remember, a lot of the analysts they thought that he never quite lived up to that hype. And then Joe Burrow came out of nowhere, man. Like people were not expecting Joe Burrow to have the type of season that he did, man.
But
so
the thing with Pickett is this, though. If we get Pickett and we just said great quarterbacks go to horrible teams, right? Pickett's not going to a horrible team, man.
He's going to a decent team with a bad coach.
He's going to a team that has John Miller at right guard.
I don't know, man.
John Miller won't be re-signed.
Pickett, don't get me wrong. Like, is Pickett good? Pickett give me
guard?
Who?
Y'all see Trent Scott's grade at guard?
Dude, I didn't say he had to start right away.
He had an amazing grade at guard, and we never played him.
I do want people.
Hey, remember, Aaron Rodgers didn't start right away.
Exactly.
That's true, but they also had Brett Favre. But hold on. One point that I wanted to make about the quarterback class, and then I think John had a question for me. I highlight this comment. Josh says, "Do y'all think Pickett would drop to us?"
No.
And no, I mean my thing is this: I absolutely think he will. And really, the start of teams that are quarterback needy, it doesn't really. We're not going to have people ahead of us that are that thirsty for a quarterback. So I say all that to say this. I mean, yeah, maybe the Giants, but basically what I'm trying to say is
I don't think
the Panthers in this draft, if they have a quarterback that they like, they are going to have their pick of just about all the quarterbacks.
I agree.
The Giants, the reason why Giants, and this is well reported, the reason why they wanted Debo and they wanted Dorsey to be their offensive coordinator, their plan is to fix Daniel Jones. They don't believe he was on NFL radio today. The GM said flat out they agree you can't judge him as a quarterback until he can actually stand in the pocket.
Stop it, bro. That dude
is
that's what he said, dude. I'm not defending the guy. I'm telling you that's what they said. They're in charge.
And that's the same thing that Matt Rule
don't know it all.
And that's the same thing that Fitterer and Matt Rule are trying to sell us for Sam Darnold.
Exactly.
No, Sam Darnold got way more mental issues, though.
Yeah.
Look, Daniel Jones' biggest issue is understanding where pressure is around. He has poor pocket proprioception.
He sucks, bro.
He can't feel rushers coming. He doesn't know when the right time to tuck the ball and keep the ball up.
Yeah,
and a lot of that's bad
mental
coaching.
thing with reading the defense, understanding just the levels, where people can make breaks on the ball. And
so you're saying he can't play quarterback?
Thing, it's like he'll
I like the Mara guy, the owner who came out and said we've done everything we can to screw this kid up.
Yeah. Why do they make so many excuses for Sam Darnold, man?
Hey man,
nobody makes no excuses for him. We've been trashing him all along.
I just want to know: did anybody see him play at USC in his last year there? He
it was
18 fucking interceptions, bro.
Twan, you know what it is?
all of
Twan,
the
you know what it is,
problems.
Huh?
Well, I tell you what it is, Twan. It's just like everybody else that that won't give up on Baker. These nowadays these guys they stuck on they picks and they won't admit.
It's like man, the guy.
Okay, let me say this.
Let me tell you what about Cleveland. Cleveland's probably the most incompetent coach, the incompetent organization in the history of the NFL. And I'm gonna tell you why. When they get something good, they freak it up.
Yep.
They just do. Everything. They get a good head coach, they screw it up. They get a good anything good, they screw it up.
Who you talking about?
Can't even everything. Name it.
Who you talking about?
Anybody. Name
Giants?
anything in the last 20
talking
years
about the Browns.
that the Cleveland Browns have had that's been good. They ain't fucked up.
Well,
One. Name anybody.
Bro.
They going.
That you look at their stud left tackle they had for years, right? They didn't even have the common decency to trade him to a good team before he retired, so he could get at least a chance to play in the playoffs. Yeah,
Joe Thomas.
Yes.
Yeah, the Panthers gonna do what they do.
Yeah, but I don't agree with the Joe Thomas take because Joe Thomas was Cleveland to the core.
Yeah, he loved it, bro.
He loved it. He loved it there.
I know he did, but
just like Fitzgerald loved Arizona.
Exactly.
Yeah. His body started to give out on him, and he just couldn't play offensive line anymore.
No,
you know what I find
right.
funny? Hey, what was the left tackle for the Browns' name? Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas, and Jordan Gross. Like they lost so much weight after they stopped playing offensive linemen.
Yep.
I think that's also part of the reason why a lot of these old linemen quit a little bit early. They're like, all right, I've made my money. I've done my thing. I'm ready to take off some of these old line pounds and get back into a
that
better
Whitworth
shape.
guy though is going to be playing football till he's 90.
I know, man.
He's older than Tom Brady. Shit.
He really is. Yeah, he's the oldest offensive lineman in league history.
Andrew Whitworth is almost as impressive as Tom Brady, almost more so. When you look at I'm not necessarily saying more so, but I'm saying left tackle is a much more physical position than quarterback. And the fact that guy is as old as he is now, that's impressive.
I'm following you on that, Cody. And the reason is because you got to look at where he started. Look where he started playing for. He was in Cincinnati, playing in that cold for all that time, still at a high productive level. So yeah,
that's everybody and shit.
Hey, real quick, y'all wanna jump into this mock draft?
Hell yeah.
Let's do it. Y'all ready to do it too?
Well,
Cody,
I'm about to step away, Cody.
All right, you're good, man.
Yeah, I'm about to eat some spaghetti.
All right, yeah, man. I appreciate you jumping on, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, man. Yeah, hey, y'all always know, man. Friday at 7.
Exactly.
Panther fans come and hang out, man. Y'all know y'all are welcome anytime.
Twan, when I'm gonna get to be on the 704 Charlotte Bound show, man?
Hey, man, I was about to ask you the same question.
Hey, F with me, bro.
When can I get up to one Carolina show?
Hey, I'm getting ready to get back to it, man. I had a lot going on, but I'm back in the saddle.
Hey, man, just hit me up, bro. Cody has my information.
I got your information, bro.
Oh, hit me up.
He told me, bro.
He said, bro, you got my information.
So, Twan, with your show, do you just have like Panther YouTubers going there? Do you have like fans come on every now and then?
Yeah, I mean, we don't pull fans in because it's a lot of crazy people.
Trust me, we know,
I
bro.
can understand.
Yeah, I gotta. That's why I know Cody's got it. I use Streamyard as well, like Cody, so I can see who I'm about to let up in there, and I'm like, But yeah, for the most part, it's me, Ray Pabon. Got this guy named Keeb, Indian guy. I might have been set up a lot.
Yeah, I like Keeb.
We're doing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty much like this format. And we just, we go at it. Pretty much like CP3, like their Friday free for all.
CP3.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, CP3.
You're cool.
My bad.
You're not the first. You won't be the last.
All right, Twan.
Yeah, man. Huh?
That's all right, bro.
I appreciate it, man. But I look, man, I would love to see all of y'all on. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I just it be on you guys' shows as well. Just keep this thing building because we're gonna need each other's support to get through next year.
Oh yeah,
that's it, man. That's it, bro.
This is a big therapy session.
But hey, man, y'all check out Tawan 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Tawan, I appreciate you, man. Until next time, brother.
Likewise, Cody.
Yeah, peace and love, man. All right, let's get into this mock draft, y'all. So look, I'm just y'all's hands. I'm listening to y'all. Y'all are my war room, okay? We got the trades. Like I said, the only bad thing about the trades is that when the trade pops up, it doesn't just let me look at the players in the background that are still on the board. So I'm going to try and pause it right before the Panthers are on the clock. And that way we can see who's on the board because we're going to be getting a bunch of trade offers. And we have to determine whether or not we want to trade or not. So without further ado, let's just jump into this thing. Let's go. And off grid, we had a damn good draft last time. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah. I didn't like it personally, but
all right. So one more.
What is that? Hamilton went?
Man, I did. Yeah, I think it was Hamilton who went.
Hamilton,
so,
Stingley,
all right,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like if I click X to exit out of this.
Wait, what's the trade offer look like?
All right, so this is what we got, right? Denver, they want to move. They want us to move to 9, and they're going to give us a second round pick. And they want
stay in the top 10, bro.
Trade.
Well, hold on.
Let's
look at
that.
I
don't think Neil's gonna be there. That's the problem.
So hold up, though.
Neil, bro.
So we also have a trade from the Ravens. We can go to 14. We can pick up a second and a third round pick.
I'd rather have Neil.
Neil's gonna be gone. Neil's gonna be gone.
Question. Like, all right, war room conference. All right, but if between these two differences, we got to think about who's the player we're going to target at 9 versus 14.
Can you pick it?
Pickett, right? Is Pickett going to get picked by the Washington football team right after us?
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind though that the Broncos are going to be looking for a quarterback too. The Broncos could take Pickett here.
That's fine.
I think the Broncos are tired of getting it wrong in the draft.
I do too.
This right here.
But the computer may not know that. I don't see, as much as I like that safety, I don't see any team.
He's already gone.
Safety in the top 5.
Yeah, Hamilton.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe a team would draft a safety that high.
So you're saying though, even if it's Denver, if Denver does draft a quarterback, if we take this pick to either of these trades, we're not getting Pickett, you think? I think that you almost gamble to see if Pickett's going to be there definitely at 9.
But we still
and then maybe at 14.
Hey, Tony and Cody.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, man. Like, and I know I'm probably off base. Pickett just give me Will Greer vibes, man. I don't know why. I don't know why. The numbers look very similar. I know he had an incredible year this year in a down ACC. Like,
what pick is that?
Man.
What second round pick is that? What number? I can't see.
So the Denver Broncos is pick 40.
So that's probably Malik Willis as of right now.
I'd almost take the second one where the Ravens you get second and a third. You're only going down 4 more spots.
And
so it depends. If we're trying to draft Kenny Pickett, I think there is a very real chance that he's going to be there at pick 9. We also have a second round pick. However, if you're trying to go offensive line, just yesterday, either yesterday or the day before, me and Tony put out a film review on Charles Cross, who I am very high on.
Yeah, that's who I want Cross after that film review.
All right,
that's my number 1 guy.
Hey, Neil is a rarity. Let me just tell you this: Neil's a rarity. It's very rare that you get a right tackle that's good in space, but can
left
also
tackle,
move
right?
people off the ball.
Is Neil still available now?
Yes,
I believe so.
So do you just take Neil at the pick and just do without a second third round pick?
I thought Neil was a left tackle.
He is.
Let's take this offer. All right, here. I got a way. I think why we should take this offer right here. The second
Ravens?
one. The reason I think this is because everybody's walking around saying the Panthers got to trade back like it's just a magical thing. Right? They actually, like, people keep saying, "Oh, Panthers going to trade back." Like, sometimes I feel like it's so hard to trade back. This is actually the ideal situation. 2 picks.
I see what you're saying.
I think if you take
I like
the
to stay in the
Ravens
top
offer,
10, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I like that too. Now that is a good point too. Is staying in the top 10. I'll let you guys decide on our 2 arguments.
And the second round pick is a little bit higher too.
It's 40. It could be Malik Willis.
It's a bit more of a premium second round pick too.
Hey, Cody and Tony.
Yeah.
I heard. Let me tell you something real quick before. I mean, I know you're gonna take the offer, and that's cool. But I had made a suggestion about a pick a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard one other time an offensive lineman that was a surefire bet. Right, there was one other person I heard of at a guard position or potential center position, and that was Quentin Nelson. Right, when he went to Indianapolis. I heard 3 pundits say that he was going to be the best tackle that the league has seen in the last 10 years. I heard that same thing about Lindenbaum, the exact same thing. And I'm sorry, because of our interior issues and guards and the center work in tandem together, there's no way I'm passing on that guy.
Well, if you want Linderbaum, we're gonna pick 14th and get 2 picks then.
I like it.
Well, if you're gonna pick it though, you can't skip it. In a situation, Atlanta and Denver are both QB needed.
Now the big question though, so like if Evan Neal is still on the board, does anyone think that Evan Neal is worth not having a second and third round pick?
No.
Like, is he that good of an offensive lineman that you're okay with not picking in the second and third?
He probably is, but we need at least a second round pick, bro.
Plus, if you like Cody, let me ask you a question. Based on the tape that you saw, the Miami game that you saw where he gave up 0 pressure, is Brady Christensen the future at left tackle?
We don't know because that rule didn't show us.
Right, like that's my thing. I wanted this year to be the year where we gave him that opportunity to do so. Because one of the things that I worry about is there are some players that can move around to different positions and be successful. Then there are other guys that kind of need to live at that one spot. My fear is that what the Panthers told us in their evaluation about Christensen is actually the exact opposite. They had him rated as a second round guard and a third round tackle. But like if this guy is a better left tackle, I don't know. I was far more impressed with Christensen this year when he was playing on the outside at tackle than when we put him at guard.
Cody, he was one of the highest rated left tackles in the history of the NFL draft. He had one of the highest draft grades ever.
When you watch Brady's Christensen's draft and all that stuff, did he ever play guard?
No.
Was there
never? That's
what
it was so preposterous to me, man. It was the dumbest shit in the world. How are you going to rate someone as a better guard than tackle when you have literally never seen them play a game at guard?
So how about this?
It's ass backward to me.
How about this? How about we do the trade, we get the third, and we can try to target Lindstrom in the third.
So one more thing before we go on here. If we accept this Denver pick, we can get the pick 9 and pick 40. There's no guarantee that we might not get another trade offer to go back down even another time. So I'll let y'all decide, but if I'm casting a vote, I want to take this Denver pick because I think that we can get some premium players with 9 and 40. That's just me though.
I'm down.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do it.
I'm with it.
All right, let's take a vote. Everybody who says all in favor of trading with Denver, make yourself be known. I got KPM, I got Kenneth, I got Warren. All right, majority rules. Let's get it. Accepting with Denver. Evan Neal, George Carolina.
Wow.
Can you pick it?
See, that's what I'm saying.
So, Akeem, Cross, and Linderbaum's there. So we can. So let me just tell you the offers that they're sending. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's way too far back. We're not going that far back, right? Pick 20.
No.
Yeah, that's too much. No, Washington only wants us to go back 2 more spots.
No.
Yeah, but they're going to take either Pickett or
or Lindenbaum. And I'm telling you, Cody, go back to the Cam Newton days. Who was the anchor on the offensive line?
Ryan Khalil.
Yes, sir.
Ryan
And,
Khalil.
and to keep it a buck though, once he got hurt, it was a wrap for us. To be honest.
Yep.
Didn't they just get a center though in the Kazumi guy or whatever?
Samuel Cosme.
Yeah, but he sucks apparently.
Yeah, but do they not sign him or do they not line him up at tackle? Am I wrong?
I'm gonna decline.
I think they line him up at tackle though.
How about let's just draft somebody?
I do know they list him as a right
It
tackle.
is a mock draft. I think it's right. Let's draft somebody.
Yeah.
Let's
I
draft
like
the
that
center,
offer, though. Get him
Lindenbaum.
extra fourth.
What? So y'all want to move back to Washington then?
No.
I mean,
No, I personally think we just pick a player.
All right, go for it.
Draft the center and be done with it.
Decline. All right, on the board we have Cameron Kwanwu, we got Jordan Davis, Charles Cross. So all of the offensive linemen that we might have wanted, they're both still here for us.
Man.
And we can take Linderbaum. You also have your choice of Kenny Pickett and Matt Corral.
Let's ask ourselves.
Oh man, we could have gotten Charles Cross and a trade back.
Yeah, that's what I started to say. We should have traded. Hit that trade button up there, Cody. See what it tells us.
Go back to Washington. Go back to Washington.
Trey Washington. Trey Washington.
Hey, so listen, yeah, we can send trade offers if y'all want.
I would listen, because of Ron Rivera alone, I would not trade shit with Washington.
Well, that's the good part, though.
Screw us up.
That's the good part, though.
He's gonna take Jordan Davis.
Right now, we're trading the computer and not Ron Rivera. So, but
Hey, Cody, right now,
It's the spirit of it, though. It's the spirit of the pickle, bro.
Who's the best two? Aquanu and Davis is left on the BPA.
Yeah, best player available is Cameron Conwu, Jordan Davis, then Charles Cross.
For myself,
LSU got two good guards that are going to be late round fits. They're great run blocking guards. So if you're trying to have a run heavy team, you can also make do with them. That's the only argument against Lindenbaum.
I know y'all want to do this. I know you don't want to do this. And I know we're not going to do this, but man, Jordan Davis is a beast, bro.
Hey,
we did that last time.
Stubbs,
we did that last time.
Check it out, though. No. Check it out. Stubbs.
What's up?
Jordan Davis, let me tell you something. You put Jordan Davis and Derek Brown beside each other in more 4-3 sets, and you're going to see guys like YGM come alive. You're going to see like,
boy, that's better than Vita Bear and dang.
My God, man.
Vita Bear.
The only reason that I haven't been caping for him is because, one, like I said, we spent 59% of our snaps in the 3-3-5, so he wouldn't see a lot of time on the field.
He can play in and 3-3-5.
Cody,
But
a trade offer, and let's view our picks first.
I would
see how far we have to wait until our next pick.
Yeah, I would offer Washington exactly what they offered us. Let's read it off.
Cody, you remember the trade they offered you? Was it a second, a third, or something?
It was
which team?
Washington. You remember what they offered you?
Yeah, they offered us
11 and
they offered us a first and a fourth. I'd try to get a first and a third.
Hey man, where did Tony Fitterer go? He's supposed to be helping us make decisions.
He's probably trying to run up to the commissioner and ask for more time.
We got Cody Rule.
He's on the phone. He's on the phone to Matt Rule to find out what Matt Rule to do.
No, we got.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Impression.
All right, so look, man. We can either draft a player right here, or we can try and trade down, send an offer to some other team.
I would try to trade down.
Trade down so you can address that offensive line. Add some more
Because
depth.
I believe we could get another pick. I still.
So,
do y'all want to? Y'all want to try?
I think you take Davis and picks the defense.
We really need to add more picks between 40 and 104.
The fan base will flip if we take Jordan Davis, but he's so good, dude.
I agree, Stubbs.
Man,
especially man after the problems at offensive line and quarterback, for us to just continue to take defensive players, man. I don't know, especially when you have some really good offensive line available. Like, this is what the Panthers always do. We pass on offensive line.
But we can't take O-line at 40 though.
But we made the same argument last week, and here's the catch: if you have a run, with the run first D offense, you always have a run first offense and a shutdown defense. That's what you have to have.
And you got a lot of run blocking value later on in this draft.
Exactly. But
I still like that center. I really do like that center.
The thing is, if you want to draft a run blocking offense, we have to acquire picks to do so. And that's where we're at right now. We have to trade back if we want to get those run blocking linemen to get more picks.
But you want to be careful that you don't trade back so far that you lose the talent.
Yeah, I want a blue chip. I want a blue chip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can't trade. You can't trade back any further than 13 here.
So if we're trading, we can pick Washington, or keep in mind, Philadelphia has 2 picks back to back.
Go ahead and offer our pick at 9 for both of Philadelphia's picks. And
they ain't gonna do that shit, bro.
Jordan Davis is enticing, but I'm not passing on Linderbaum, man. I'm sorry.
Offer
him. Pick right
here.
Yeah,
what you gonna say? No.
But do you think Linderbaum at 9's that's too soon?
No.
You don't think so?
I mean, no. If he is the player that you think he is, that's important. You just draft him.
Like I said, I have only heard this. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry. Washington just offered us the 11th pick and a 4th pick. Last week, we actually countered an offer and got a 3rd pick instead of a 4th pick.
All right, we'll counter that
and
shit.
It's only 2 spots down.
We could probably still get Linderbaum at 13. Was it 14? 13?
Well,
11,
we could probably get
11.
Linderbaum at 11.
He's not on a lot
We're
of
at
radar,
9. What we're going to drop down is 2 spots. We could get him at 9 and still maybe pick up a 3rd pick.
Man,
you watch
Davis
after the Senior Bowl. You just watch after the Senior Bowl. Linderbaum's name is going to be on fire.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Cody, what do you think?
Suggestions here that I haven't heard. So Icky and Kema Kwanwu, like this is a guy that I think could play left tackle or guard for us, and be an all pro. So if you all think that Brady Christensen can be a full-time left tackle, well, bro, let's take a Kim and let's keep it moving. Now all of a sudden you have Deontay Brown on one side, you have Ekwonu on the other one, and you have Brady Christensen out on the edge. That might not be bad, especially
I'm not
if you
against that.
Run
a dominant guard would do so much well for us, man.
It really will.
I like that, man, because that
that
gives us some versatility.
If the unfortunate happens and Brady Christensen doesn't appear to be a long-term answer at left tackle, you still may be able to kick Ekwonu out to left tackle.
Exactly.
If you do that, I'm just saying as an emergency type deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like either if you like Christensen at left tackle or guard, or Kim at left tackle or guard, either way, you have that freedom to,
so what do y'all
kind
thinking?
of do that.
I'm
saying, let's just stay put. We're not going to be able to draft in the 3rd round, but whatever. We might get some more trades in that time.
That's true.
I said, let's just take a Kim, man.
Take him and then see if we can get Malik Willis in a second.
All right. Are we all in agreement? We're going to Kim?
Because to be honest, we really need to fix the O-line, dude, for real. And unfortunately, every time we do a draft, we don't pick up 1st round.
All right, last chance. Anyone opposed to this heavy?
I'm with it.
I'm with it too.
We're doing it. And Kevin Corn
Super Bowl.
Carolina Panther. We're going to the bowl, y'all.
With Darnold.
Kenny Pickett.
Linderbaum's gone.
Damn.
Dang, they took the Marvin Leal that.
All
right, so we're getting a trade. They want us to come up.
I knew that. I mean, granted, you're losing your 2nd and 4th pick, but you're getting first-round talent.
No.
Well, it's hard to say you don't know who's available, do you? You really don't know who's available. If you know who's available, you can make a better justice on. But since you don't know who's available, then you can't really.
Did we pick?
What pick are they?
We picked a Kim. And he's going to either be a guard or a tackle for us, and we have a 2nd round pick.
Cody, I can't see that.
I would decline this.
Tony Federer, where'd you go, man?
We're
I'm going to go check on fam.
They're offering their 2nd and their 4th.
Like what number?
It's like if you do this, you trade it down for no reason.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
this pretty much nullifies that second round pick.
Hey, Tony.
In real life, there's no way the Bills would offer you their first round pick for a second and a fourth.
Tony, I got a question for you.
Listening.
If we while you were gone, we discussed about a guy named Jordan Davis. He's like one of the best defensive tackles in the whole draft. Would you lose your shit if we picked him in the top 10?
Yes.
Figured so.
It would just bring back so much Vernon Butler.
Hey,
He's definitely not Vernon Butler,
right?
bro.
That is, he
Hey,
is not Vernon Butler.
He's not Vernon Butler.
We're
I understand this.
right?
I just would say this: at some time,
You gotta find that,
best
Cody.
player available, best player available can only guide you so much.
Treylon Burks,
Like-
if he's oh shit, never mind.
Nope, he's gone. Go ahead, Tony.
But I mean, there is an argument, top 10 though. But there is an argument having another defensive tackle all of a sudden could help us, particularly
Willis
not
is
having
there.
Saquon
Desmond
Jones.
Ridler's
Not
still
sure
on
about
board.
Davion.
Is
Nix.
Malik Willis there?
Yes.
He's there.
Yeah, he is. Malik Willis
Draft
is there.
him. Draft the dude.
All right.
Okay.
We
Oh,
have a
Willis.
trade offer.
Did
Malik
Nakobe
Willis.
Dean go? Did Nakobe Dean go already?
Yeah, he went.
I think we go
All
Malik,
right, so
bro.
Arizona, they wanted us to move back to 55. I said, are we declining that? Y'all want to? We don't pick up another third. We just pick up 2 extra fifths.
Nah, hell no.
You don't need it.
I just want to know who we gonna get to replace Jermaine Carter.
I know a guy down the
let's
street,
see
bro.
one more.
He nice.
All right, we're gonna decline this, right? We're declining this. All
Malik
right,
Willis, bro.
So we got Malik Willis still on the board.
Got to take him.
I mean,
We got any linebackers available?
How are these other quarterbacks ranked ahead of him?
Because he played at
Liberty.
Yeah,
And-
Liberty.
Yeah, but he also didn't have the best last few
Dude,
games.
I'm
Last
telling you
game.
right now.
He had, Malik Willis had 3 different games where he threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right
Now,
now, bro.
I
if
haven't graded that yet, though. I haven't been able to look at those interceptions and say
he's there in
how-
the second
that was
round,
on.
How is that
God bless
Christian Harris at linebacker for Alabama?
man, a
He's a
linebacker.
47.
I think he's more
solid.
he's more 3-4 though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not really
He's a cover backer.
Is he?
Christian Harris is a good cover back. He was a former safety actually. He converted to linebacker. So he
What's his
okay, yeah.
how much does he weigh?
So he
About
weighs
232 right now.
232.
6'1"?
Now they say his
6'2".
ideal role as a space linebacker that is responsible for making tackles in space, covering tight ends and running backs out the backfield. He's going to be in a 4-3, more likely a will linebacker, where his run fit responsibilities are defined and he can play
You
in
got too
space
many
on
of
passing
those.
downs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let
That's
me
not.
ask you a question. When they call a defensive play, is he going to turn in the opposite direction and then Tony Romo call him out publicly?
Yeah. Did he do that,
I mean,
to? Did he
who
do that
knows?
to
Probably.
Jermaine Carter?
Bro, Jermaine Carter is shit. I've been saying that for like the last year and a half. And look, I don't disrespect players like that, but I said that in the preseason, bro.
Dude,
So
he
if you
sucks.
yeah.
Y'all remember how stupid we were in the beginning of the year? We're like, no, Jermaine Carter, we can let Denzel Perryman go. Fuck it.
Hell no.
Oh
I was
my
man.
God, that was-
When Perryman was out of here,
I
bro,
was
like
never
I
that
wasn't like mad about it, but like because I understood the reason because they was like at the time, man, they were badgering everybody about the vaccine, man. You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
that was part of his situation. But when I knew Carter was gonna be the guy, I'm like, oh my God, man.
I think Perriman was more. He didn't get along. I think Perriman was.
He was
more
laughing. He was laughing.
personality.
He
I
was
think
laughing
it was
at the DBO signing,
personality
bro.
more than anything. I think it was just the personality didn't click with the coach.
Denzel Perryman saw that bullshit Matt Rule was doing, and Matt Rule got him out of here.
Well, too bad.
All that was.
Like,
So Malik Willis,
There's
right?
still some
all
good.
I gotta say now, outside of a few edges, don't touch D line anymore this draft because they're
No,
such
hell
a
no.
they're such.
I mean, maybe in the fourth.
like
Yeah.
It's
So,
Sonny,
all right, we have to.
Willis.
We gotta make a pick here. Is everybody wanting to go Malik Willis?
Willis. Go Willis.
All right. Right? Is there? All right. I heard a. Is there anybody that is not down for
Man,
Malik Willis?
look,
But if you're
as
not
long as
down
we-
for Malik, you basically have to make a point for another character. in there.
If we got
would
that
rather
guard
have a
right, man,
linebacker,
it don't
but
even
we-
matter, man. Just get
But
him.
we need a linebacker. But we'd take Willis. I'm good.
All right, Willis it is.
It's up to y'all, man. But
I'm
I
with
want
Willis it is. Malik Willis.
Now just remember, we got to wait 64 picks now, so cue the Jeopardy music.
I mean, to be fair though, we fixed the line depth and we got a quarterback. So
yeah, and again, man, we might not be as many picks away as some might think.
There's a lot of good linebackers.
Cody, keep an eye on Lindstrom.
There's a lot of good linebackers in free agency.
That's true, Panther. Yeah.
Yeah. They're always moving around. But I got a question. Is Isaiah Spiller? Oh, never mind. There he goes.
Gone.
Well,
every time we out my ace in the hole.
It's kind of what happens when you have 64 picks in between your second and fourth round picks. So
look for Lindstrom here. Make sure you don't go.
Weidermeyer's still there. Weidermeyer's still there.
We need to fast forward this sucker.
Hey, while this is going on, Cody, I got a question, man. Like, give me.
Yeah,
what's your real thoughts on Willis, bro?
Yeah, watching.
So, man, look. Oh, we're getting another trade here. They want us to move up. They want us to go to
You're only
94.
Yeah, well, you're only giving away one pick, your fourth pick, and you're getting
nope.
See,
hey, it's a damn. Hey,
read the fine print.
Hey, it's a damn good thing I slowed down. Huh?
I'd have done got fired with it.
Hey, bro, you ain't read the rest of the trade sheet.
Hey, that would feel bad, man. You got fired for not reading the fine print. Damn, that's tough.
Hey, that's really happened.
Hey, that's a warfare.
How do y'all last year
ruling?
Last year, how do y'all feel?
Like David Gettleman our ass.
Hindsight's 2020, obviously, but during the draft last year, were y'all bugging about the trade backs or what?
Yes,
no.
I did. I didn't. I liked some of them, but after a while, I was aggravated because
so many linemen left.
The ones we were taking. My problem was offensive line. I didn't feel we were taking getting offensive linemen seriously.
I agree with that.
Matt Rule's gonna fuck around and draft a left.
No disrespect to Horn, I'm sure he's going to be a great shutdown corner. I would not have took Horn at pick 8.
Let's discuss this trade, and then I want to answer. John.
Mm-hmm.
This is we would be giving up our 4th, 5th, and 6th round, or no, 4th and 5th this year, and a 6th round next year, and we would be moving up to 101. We would also receive 139 in the 4th round.
Is Devin Lloyd there?
Devin, I don't know. I can't.
I want to say he went, but I can't remember.
If Devin Lloyd's there, I'll do it.
Jay Sue says no. I mean, I kind of think this isn't a bad one, man.
It's not a bad
you're losing out on you're losing out on a 4th and a 5th, but I kind of say we should do it. What say y'all?
Why not?
I just want Lindstrom.
I mean, the reason I'm for it is because you got to think about this. Like, think about when you talk. I think Panther Rule said this when you talked about all the moves that we made last year. Like, you outside of quarterback, and even that position too, you still got to give a lot of these players that we have picked time to develop. Like, I think that Davion Nixon is going to be an incredible 3-tech.
Right?
When he played, he was healthy. He was a beast.
Oh, he was a monster. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you got guys like that coming back healthy. You got Keith Taylor that's going to develop. CJ Henderson could potentially develop. So, like, to me, I'm not so sold on like, oh, we got to get picks because like how many more new players are you bringing in versus the players that you're going to develop that are coming back next year? I know you want to get
and how much time can you actually give them?
Right.
You know, is that like if these other guys had to wait their turn, then these other guys are going to have to wait their turn.
100%. Think about
I believe we're going to fill the linebacker with a veteran. I really do believe that. I believe linebacker is going to be filled with a veteran.
And I would still take it, but I still take a guy even if I did. Think about like how deep the linebacker room used to be. AJ Klein, David Mayo with Kuechly and you know what I'm saying?
And that's what makes our special teams better too, bro.
Yeah. So I still.
And so this is a good point right here. If we do this, we're just moving up 3 spots. Do y'all just want to wait and hold on to the picks?
But we're also gaining a 4th, are we not?
So we're picking up a 4th, 139. Yeah, we're receiving pick 139.
I would do the trade myself.
Tony Fitterer said, "Do it." I'm with it.
Yeah.
Yep, I like that too.
The thing about Matt Rule too is he's gonna back up into a good old line that he didn't play in the first year. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
can you check by? Can we look at like safety and linebacker? Just
yeah,
to see
we
who's
can.
out there.
Of course
if I
we
know
can.
any of these names.
Hey, is Smoke Monday still on the board?
Who?
Oh, get Palomar. Hey, Isaiah Polamalu. Get him.
What about, we could still go with Nick Cross. That's a good pick right there too.
Well, we can pull him out, but that's way too early for pull him out. He's going to be there later.
Is Muma already gone?
Yeah, Polamalu is definitely a good
linebacker.
Muma is still available.
I take Muma, and then if Smoke is on the board in the fourth, I'm taking Smoke in the fourth.
Be honest.
Now,
y'all
hold on. Let me ask you this: who would you prefer? Would you prefer Chad Muma, or would you prefer Lindstrom?
Lindstrom,
who might be able to play center for us.
Lindstrom,
who is also still on the board.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'm with Lindstrom too.
And hey, OL overrides almost every other position right now until we actually get all the main slots.
And by the way, shout out to our brother. Shout out to Nick
we
Montero.
reached our answer.
Keep pounding 199. Appreciate you, Nick. All right, so we're on an agreement. We're going Alex Lindstrom.
Yeah,
Super Bowl, baby.
Hey,
let's go. Alex Lindstrom. Here we go.
Because he remind y'all of Luke Kuechly, bro. Be honest.
If Muma's still there in the fourth, bro, we gotta take him.
Cody.
I don't know Willis, so I'll just trust you.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Malik Willis. I mean, so I'm not done with my evaluation yet. I'm gonna finish my thing. I'm not done with my evaluation on Malik Willis yet, so I still reserve the right to kind of change my opinions. And at some point, I'm gonna put out my big board with my top 100 players. Yeah, but as of right now, I think Malik Willis, he is someone that needs a little bit of a better football team around him. He didn't play with a ton of talent, and therefore, because he didn't have a bunch of exterior help at receiver, he had to play superhero ball a ton. And I think that caused him to be a little bit too aggressive with that football because he was the superstar on their football team. So he's having to do extra in order to make a play. But man, when you look at his ability to scramble and run and be able to throw off platform,
he's a perfect play action quarterback.
Yes, my man he has effortless arm talent. I mean, truly effortless arm talent.
He sits for a year.
I mean, listen, I would love. Again, this is a whole other bag of worms, but dude, Cam Newton would be the perfect bridge. While you were able to let Malik Willis sit and learn on the sidelines, man, that's what I would want to do. But I don't think this coaching staff wants Cam Newton to return.
Nah, bro.
He didn't. But like I said, I'm not done with my evaluation though. I'm still watching film, and I'm going to do a film review on all the quarterbacks, all the big four quarterbacks: Corral, Pickett, Willis. You know, I might even throw some other quarterbacks in there too.
Cody, I gotta give you credit, man. The past couple of years, bro, you've been pretty spot on with these quarterbacks.
I appreciate it, dude. I pride. I mean, look, as an amateur, I pride myself on trying to evaluate these quarterbacks, man.
I mean, you wanted to move heaven and earth for Justin Herbert, did you not?
I know, and that was at the time when no one was really fucking with Justin Herbert like that. You know,
I was, but the only reason that I wasn't, Cody, is because when I look at outside of the Giants who picked Andrew Thomas, who was the trade partner? Like, how were we gonna get to him? Washington? Hell no. They were, man, you crazy. Ron Rivera ain't trading that pick. Like,
so that's too much.
And Cody, and you had Slater #1 left tackle last year. I got to give you that one.
Hold on.
Slater was my #1 tackle, and J.C. Horn was my #1 corner.
Hey, I ate shit on that Slater take, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I got killed. But you know, because for me, like, let me tell you why. Because the data is true, but you cannot, like, there's always exceptions to the rule. Slater is an exception to the rule. It's possible that Christensen is an exception to the rule. And I think where myself and Matt Rule both got, because you remember, Cody, I was on your show when I detailed that whole analysis or about Pro Bowl left tackles and their measurements over the last 12 years. There's only been 3 guys that have done it. Slater now, Jason Peters, and one of the guys from, I can't remember the guy from
What
New
about
Orleans
Bakhtiari?
that did it, right? It could have been, or whatever, right?
He went in the 4th round.
Right. But what I'm saying is like, as far as measurements are concerned, Like it is a real thing, but there are exceptions to the rule. Slater just happened to be an exception to the rule, and the tape even showed that, right?
Yes, and that's why I put Off Grid's comment up on screen, man. Because I'm not letting measurables dictate to me what I think about a football player.
Exactly.
If my man has short arm syndrome, I want to see that be a problem for him on
If
film.
he's got short arms, but he has quick feet, then boom.
Right.
But the problem I have with Matt Rule is he's all about RAS score. Like if you're not athletic, you're not gonna get drafted by us.
Man, the problem I have with Matt Rule is that he says shit that he shouldn't say in the media. Just like, man, look, even if you right, like Matt Rule is not the only person to ever say anything about arm length on an offensive tackle. Right. You ain't gotta say it. Like, just what's the point?
All right.
Like,
so here,
yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, going back to the draft, though, one of the main reasons I'm not going for linebackers because you got Devondre Campbell in free agency. You've got Anthony Barr and Leighton Vander Esch all hitting free agency this year.
Wow.
Even Josie Jewell for cheap. Like,
you can keep Vander Esch.
Man, shit, bro.
I'm good on Vander Esch, bro.
He would be an upgrade over Jermaine Carter.
Yeah, he would.
He would be an upgrade over
Yes,
Jermaine
he would.
Carter.
A big one.
But isn't he always hurt?
Vander Esch played. I mean, that's the thing, though. He was a Mike. I mean, he played Mike at Dallas, but he's really better suited to play the Will. Like, he's an extremely physical Will. He's just not that good at Mike.
But wasn't he hurt a lot?
Hey, so are we declining this trade right here?
That's up to y'all, man. At this point, I don't care.
You said about Vander Esch always being hurt. That's why, I'm not going that route.
No.
I'll not go that route because when they traded Perriman to the Raiders, I was all for it because he was always hurt in years before that. So,
damn, bro, they love trading us, don't they?
Hey, Cody,
I know, leave us alone. Let's just pick.
No, I'd just rather keep the pick.
Did Noah Sewell enter the draft?
No, he did not.
Oh wow,
bro. Actually,
everybody wants us to come up.
Look, is that? I thought somebody was actually at work getting a call.
No, that's the
program.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Like, God.
No,
whoever that, they working late.
I feel like, God, y'all have been ignoring your customers.
This one is actually
I
got a little bit later in the
I got
fourth.
somebody I want to draft in the 7th pick. So
I want to get a quarterback in the 7th, bro. I want a backup quarterback for real.
Do y'all have a
We already
player
got
or a
Willis, though.
position? Do y'all have a player or a position in mind?
Jonathan Muma, linebacker.
Yeah,
I think
Muma's gone.
Muma's gone.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
Muma went to the Browns at 139.
Is Smoke still available?
Nah, Smoking. I don't even think Smoke's on the board.
Is the running back for Alabama still there?
Robinson.
Man,
Last time we did this, both of the running backs from Georgia and the running back from Alabama were still available.
Take a safety. I was about to say, man, look for a safety. Complete that.
I want Cole Kelly. I want quarterback Cole Kelly.
Do y'all want to move to 123?
He's huge. I wouldn't. I'd just keep what I got.
It's this draft, bro. Ain't nobody calling us. Well, they might be calling us. They probably love calling us.
So
these motherfuckers.
I know, right?
Hey, see the motherfucking Carolina taking shit.
Now, wait a minute. They're going to give us the extra prick to go back a few.
Extra prick?
Yeah.
They're gonna give us. We're gonna go. We're gonna move up. We're gonna move up to 123. We're gonna move up to 123, and we're gonna get the 208 pick in the 6th round. But we're also sending them another 6 and another 7.
No, forget that.
Yeah, you know everybody around the league. Like, look, if you're trying to trade, man, listen.
Yeah, call Carolina.
Call Carolina.
Call Carolina.
Hey, just whisper something about some arm length, about some unheard long snapper.
Yeah, man, this dude right here, man, he got 7-foot wingspan.
So y'all want to decline this and just keep all the picks we have?
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to say this is that the Friday free-for-all would not be complete without extra prick.
Exactly.
Hey, Tony, did you see just a second ago? He was back in here. He was in the chat. Yeah, his name was Pastor something. He's in the private. His
Pastor
name
Frank.
was Pastor Frank. That bastard. And that's the same old white dude too. Like we're not gonna know this.
He must got the hot
Dingling?
Look,
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Cody.
that was Dingling.
Cody, he was in the chat. He was in the chat in the backroom chat, like, "Howdy, guys, can I get on?"
Yeah, it's like, bro.
He got us the other week.
Confess your sins.
Got us the other week.
right,
you
we're
know,
about to be
Cody,
on
did you see that tweet I sent you about you saw it, the Tucker Carlson thing with the Eminem?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I saw that.
He was in green too.
Do people not realize Tucker Carlson is just straight up doing satire? Like, do they not understand?
Yeah, I know.
He's fucking around.
All right, so we're on the board.
What are we gonna take?
Cody May still on board?
Cody,
Cade Mays,
show us
Cade
our
Mays
picks so
is still
far.
on the board.
Can you show us our picks so far?
Yep. Our picks so far. We have Cameron Cornu, we got Malik Willis, and Alex Lindstrom.
Bro, we got an O-line now, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Well, we got
right.
I mean, that's adding 2 starters potentially right there.
Yep.
We got the best linebacker available on their board is Brian Asmoa, but again, undersized. He's a will linebacker.
We need a safety.
Yeah, I'll take a safety.
That's what I'm saying. Look, in case it don't work out, for the
Tyson
go ahead and
Anderson.
get a true strong safety.
I like his measurables.
You think we need a strong?
Okay, Cody Rule.
No, we need a free
we
safety.
need a
bro.
strong safety because
Yeah,
we got
free safety.
aren't we? Yeah, man. Like, aren't we trying to play? What's his
Chin
name?
is good. I mean, Chin's good single high.
I want Chin in the box more, bro.
I was just getting ready to say that. I think I heard going into the offseason that part of the plan was to put Chin back in the box more this year.
That's what I'm saying, man. Our coaches don't know what they're doing, bro.
I thought it was the opposite.
Yeah.
Hey, man, this dude has the most tackles of everybody in the whole league.
We're gonna end up stunting Jeremy Chin's development, playing him all these different positions. Like, let that man live, man. Either make him a strong safety, make him a linebacker, or make him a free safety. That way you can build him up.
Can we sort by Baylor and Temple?
Yeah, right. Is that a Matt Rule option? So hey, if y'all are down, if y'all want a safety, I like this Tyson Anderson guy.
From where?
Just based off of the way I'm reading.
I mean,
Toledo.
he looks more. What they're saying, he's going to be a linebacker though at some point.
Hey, that's even better, bro.
That's the only thing.
Smoke money.
He may be a lot like Jeremy Chin.
Well, for those of you who do want
I'm not saying
Jeremy
he's got
Chin,
speed.
I'll take 2 Jeremy Chins, please.
No, I'm saying I don't think he has a coverage ability though. I'm saying like they're saying that he might be like a straight like linebacker. Like you don't even want to leave him man up on tight ends as much. And that's my only thing.
How about a tight end? Too ridiculous to think like picking a wide receiver?
How about a tight end?
Shit.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, Tony hates drafting tight ends. That's his worst.
I just don't like him in the first round, dude. That's it.
Can we just go ahead and draft the kid from Alabama and wait 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
I don't know anything.
So this is the. Is there any position y'all want to look at?
Running backs and safeties, really.
What's BPA, Cody? According to their board, what's BPA?
BPA is Ed Ingram, interior offensive lineman out of LSU.
That sounds good to me, brother.
What one of y'all saying? Malcolm, is that you saying that you like the 2 interior guys from LSU?
Honestly,
yes.
if I'm taking,
yes, one of them because they are run maulers right there.
Dude, I'm cool with taking O-line every position, bro.
I was just getting ready to say, I'm like, look, if I'm Matt Rule, after all I done seen on Twitter this year, I'm like, I'm gonna pick an O-lineman every pick for y'all motherfuckers, so y'all be quiet.
Hey, Cody, who's that second one? Is that a linebacker?
Yeah, Brian Asmoa. That's an Oklahoma guy, but again, kind of
undersized.
He's not
and
a
Big 12
linebacker.
and a Big 12 defender. Also,
Right.
He's undersized. He weighs 230 pounds.
He's 6 foot.
6 foot tall, bro. It's like Drew Brees size.
Yeah, that's Jermaine Carter, man. You might as well. This is basically Jermaine Carter of the draft.
I like to take that interior offensive lineman, bro. You never have too many of those. Yeah.
I'd rather have Cody Mays an interior, but that's just me.
Where's he at?
What about
my
Brees
vote?
Hall? Is he still
My
injured?
vote is for Tyson Anderson
Who is
because I
that?
think that it would add. It's the safety. It would add to our defensive backfield. We have Deontay Brown. We have a corner. We have Lindstrom. We have Christensen. You know, we have Taylor Moton. Our offensive line ain't looking too bad right now, unless you're thinking that maybe he's going to be, you know, Ed Ingram is going to be a center, or maybe it's going to be backup. But now we can do that, but I think we can add a safety right here, and you have two really fast, athletic safeties in Jeremy Chin.
Bro, I'm trying to
and
get
add
that.
Tyson Anderson.
What about this Mumford?
Technically, have two.
Yeah.
Is he an offensive
Cody,
lineman or
Cody,
defensive lineman?
go to D line, interior D line.
Yeah,
Wait,
Mike-
Tony, who you asking about?
The guy from Ohio State, the second guy, 142. What position is that? Is off 142?
He is a defensive end.
Oh,
no,
hell
the
yeah.
next one, 142.
He's a what? How tall is he?
Munford. Keep going down. Who's he? What is that? Is that offensive line? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, he's interior offensive line. 6'6", 320 pounds.
Hey, the edge rusher. Go back to him. What is that? What's his measurements?
He's everything that you want. 6'4", 265 pounds.
That sounds good to me, bro.
You know, we do need ends.
For sure.
Yeah, we need a little more. We need to set a more physical edge. All right, Tyree Smith is a contender here.
How much does he weigh?
265 pounds.
So
my vote. I'll let y'all decide. I'll let y'all decide. My pick is either between Tyson Anderson or Tyree Smith.
I'd take Tyree Smith.
Yeah, we need some
I'm looking at Ed Ingram. I'm still rubbing my hands at old Ed Ingram.
Yeah, I vote Ingram. I like this idea of let's just take all offensive line. Fuck it.
Hey, that's why I said first. I said no.
Everybody vote. Tony, you want Ingram?
Yep.
Kenneth?
Yeah.
You want Ingram?
Yeah.
All right. KPM, you still there?
We just need one more vote.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and
all right, we need who you going for?
I'm going to be honest. I haven't been paying attention. I'm watching like the last.
All right,
I'm watching the last 30 seconds of the Hornets and the Lakers.
No, you go. I already know. I know Malcolm
lead,
wants.
the Hornets are up 115, 114, 16 to play. 16 seconds to play.
Oh shit, bro! On God.
Yep. All right. So Ed Ingram it is. Because if Malcolm picks Ingram, and he already did, that's a tiebreaker. Ed Ingram it is, and we have another pick coming up here soon, so maybe we might still be able to get one of our guys. Boom. They want us to go back to 154. I just say let's stay put.
Yeah.
Let's stay put. Let's stay put. And Tyson Anderson's still there.
Let's get him.
Y'all like that? Tyson Anderson?
Sure, yeah.
Do it.
All right. Hey, everybody gets what they want in this draft. Let's go.
Bro, if we really draft like this, bro, we're going to be in some good shape, dude.
I know, man. We should really be the Panthers war room, y'all. We could actually do this.
Fitterer going to trade back until we got picks next year.
Hey, look,
bro,
Cody.
go ahead, John.
Cody, when you just said that, this is how Matt Rule was in the background.
Yeah, exactly. These guys, their arms are not long enough. We just can't have,
Oh my God, there is a long way for us to pick though. Good, yeah.
Our picks.
So we got left. We got a left tackle. We got a.
We pick at 198 and we pick at 243.
So Cody, we got a left tackle, a quarterback, a guard, a center, and a defensive end.
Yeah, so we have either a guard or a left tackle, whatever we want him to be. We have our quarterback in waiting.
We just picked.
Why did it do that?
Dude,
A
Matt
corner.
Walker.
Like we need another corner.
We picked a corner.
Hey,
what? Yo, that's messed up. I never told it to pick for me.
You know what's funny? Someone mentioned Matt Rule and it picked by itself. What a coincidence!
Matt Rule came in and said, "I'm taking over this. It's my
Matt
team."
Rule ruined our draft. Damn it! Let's even look at the player that we got.
Matt Rule
Man,
said,
6 foot, 6 foot, 210 pound from
210 pound. Can he tackle?
Do y'all think we're okay with JC, CJ, Keith Taylor, and Buddy from Denver? I forget the dude's name. AJ Boye. I think that's a pretty solid cornerback room, man. I really do.
Yeah. And if we sign Gilmore, bring Gilmore back, we got CJ Henderson, we got JC Horn. Bro, how about this? Did y'all see Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks? They put out a mock draft, and they had us taking the corner from Cincinnati.
I saw that, bro.
Send them a note on Twitter about that shit, too.
Could you imagine something so dumb? After we traded for CJ Henderson, brought on Stephon Gilmore, and drafted JC Horn, bro, come on.
Bro, hey, guys, what a shocker. Russell Westbrook missed a wide open three-pointer for the game.
So I live in South Carolina, right? I will literally drive on the South Carolina, North Carolina line and pick up some fresh tomatoes on my way to Charlotte to throw at the stadium if they pick the corner.
I don't blame you, man.
I don't mind Hamilton just because he's talented, but we got to go offense, I believe, man. I really do. I like Jordan Davis, though, man. I really do. I don't think any gaps will be open. That's my opinion.
Developmental base 3-4 rush linebacker. Yeah, he's a little too undersized. It's not what we're trying to add to the football team. So let's see.
We already got that.
Hey, just for the hell of it, Cody, see if that quarterback's that I like still there. The big giant guy.
What's his name?
Carson Strong.
No.
Strong? He's out.
It's Kelly. It's not Carson Strong.
Oh
no, there's no Kelly. We got Tyler Slow, Nick Starkle, Derek King, Zarek Cooper.
He's from a little tiny school anyway. I don't know a lot about him for what just I Googled him.
Now, Akil Glass is another 6'7", name.
260.
Akil Glass is another name at quarterback that's been getting a lot of buzz, a lot of talk.
Hey, Cody, what round are we in?
We are in the 7th round. This is our final pick.
What Carson Strong went? What round did he go? Do you know?
No. I have to go and find him.
Don't worry about it. I was just curious.
Yep. All right, so who we trying to pick? It's our last pick, y'all.
Quarterback.
We already picked a quarterback. Let's see who this.
I was just about to say long snapper.
Is. Another 6 foot, 225 or 220 pound guy. Not really. And now this is also running back territory, y'all. You pick up some diamond running backs.
Is that Zeus? NOA.
There's
no way he's there.
Where is?
I mean, we could take a punter here since our punter's leg is too short.
Nah, fuck all that.
No, we learned last week they won't let you take punters or kickers on this one.
Is there who's a good running back there?
Take somebody last week.
I want a power back, like a big son bitch.
We got Devontae Price. Oh, there he is, 6'2", 215 pounds. You wanted it. He's there.
6'2"?
Yeah, 6'2", 215
but don't confuse
pounds.
Price as just a between the tackles power runner. He absolutely has a second gear to pull away from.
We'll draft him then. Shit.
That's like the guy I want.
Y'all like that? Y'all want to take this big shifty ass running back?
Oh, wait a minute! It says he had some drop issues last year.
I don't care about
drop. It can't be any worse than Chuba Hubbard.
No, dude, let's be honest, bro. The whole team.
We'll give him a pair of gloves. That'll solve your problem.
Like for real. What was up with that? The whole team couldn't catch last year. DBs, receivers, linebackers.
I think that was a health choice. Some of that was. I believe that. I believe so. Some of them balls were so high. If they'd have caught him, it'd been like Marshall being laid out and spending a couple weeks.
Yeah, we said that about DJ Moore too. DJ Moore made some business decisions this year.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I believe some of that was exactly that.
All right, guys, we did it. We drafted. Yay.
Devontae Price. That's the pick.
Super Bowl, baby. I feel it.
Why did it pause? Go.
I can't believe we took a corner, bro.
I
Randomly.
know, man. It completely screwed us, man.
Nah,
I'm not mad at it, though.
Matt Rule,
bro, that's realism right there, man. That's Rule coming in and overruling Fitterer saying, nah, we got to get this guy.
That's the owner.
And seriously, could you imagine us taking our corner with the 6th pick?
No.
All right, so
I really can't.
Real talk. if we're able to come away with a draft like this, we did pretty damn good. Am I right?
100%.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good
If
look.
Malik
That's
Willis is if you're right about Malik Willis, then yes. But if not, then it'll pull us from 5 to 8 wins.
I mean, we got the O-line fixed anyway, right?
Matt Rule's gonna see this draft and fire us because he wants all the power.
Yeah, but you know that's a good point too. If we're able to fix our offensive line, like we picked up Kevin Cornu, Alex Lindstrom, and Ed Ingram, and we have Brady Christensen, and we got Deontay Brown.
And
like,
Taylor
man,
Moton.
and Taylor Moton. If we're not able to fix the offensive line with
We ain't
these
never
kinds
gonna
of
fix it.
players, we need to fire every single coach the Carolina Panthers have, man.
Fire the janitor, bro. Clean house.
No, that's what I'm saying.
We need to fire even the guys who've already retired and left the team.
Matt Rule's gonna look at Lindstrom and be like, you know
Damn
what?
off credits like that. C minus. Come on, bro. That's
Matt
better
Rule
than
will look
C
at
minus.
Lindstrom and be
Yeah, I
like,
saw that off grid was like C minus. I'm like, who is
Yeah,
he
like,
with?
bro, come on, man.
Because we didn't take enough. Because we didn't take enough.
All Grid wanted us to get Muma, and he wanted us to get some linebackers. But
Well, hey, man, look.
free agency this year, there are some good linebackers hidden, bro. Like, I
And
feel
O-lineman.
good about Anthony Barr.
Well,
Yes.
Okay, so we got to be honest here. If Matt Rule was to grade our draft, he'd probably give us an F because we didn't take a long snapper.
Exactly, bro. We missed
I really
the
couldn't believe
fundamental
that,
40
man. He
chest.
wouldn't take a flyer on Trace Smith. That shit blew my mind.
I
know
just
what I'm
can't.
saying?
You know,
I'm not-
to me, the worst part about it was just like the marketing that surrounded it. Like that was like, if you think about all that we done in the draft last year,
What, Trade Daddy?
year, I mean, all the trade stuff you think about. Two things that stood out more than anything was Matt Rule's wife liking Chuba Hubbard, and the phone call they made to the long snapper that went nuts, who didn't even play this year.
I told you, man. I think Chuba was up in that thing, bro. I
I
really
ain't
do.
doing that, man. I ain't disrespecting nobody's wife.
Yeah,
But
I don't know now. She wanted him near for a reason.
Yeah, she's like, please draft him,
He
baby.
might be in the back
Please.
going,
You better draft him. You better draft him.
real slow.
yo, that's
Hey, draft Chuba. He's got some real explosiveness in them hips.
Yeah.
So hey, I want to say something
He
real
can
quick.
hit it in between the tackles real hard.
He does say alpha a lot, Matt Rule.
Yeah, he's first to say that, man.
Hey, look, he might have been in on it. He might have been watching. You don't know. Might have been recording.
Hey, so real quick, some notes real quick, man. Now I'm saving all of these, so we're basically going to be doing one of these every Friday, man. So we're going to have to remember this. Maybe switch it up next time, do a little bit different. But let me tell you something, off grid and those of the like in the chat room. If you don't like these picks, come on to free for all, man. Get in here when we're drafting and make your voice heard. That's the whole point of this show. We're going to be doing this again next Friday too. And I'm telling you, man, since I'm saving all this, we're going to be able to look at all these mock drafts and compare and contrast what we do to what the Carolina Panthers actually do. And we're going to be able to compare and contrast our drafts with theirs. I think that'll be good to see what kind of talent evaluators we are here on the Friday Free For All, man. So number 2 is in the book. I'm happy with that, dude. If we actually came away with that kind of draft, dude, I'm pumped with that.
Me too, man. For real. We got
Yeah,
two. We got two starting O linemen, like two legit starting O lines.
And bro,
And
what
then
if Malik Willis is the man?
That's what I was thinking too, man. Like we saw this, Cody. We saw Russell Wilson, man. Russell Wilson came in and beat out Matt Flynn, and it's been
That's true.
You
Even,
know,
excuse me,
it can happen.
even, and I know a lot of people don't like him, but even the Dallas quarterback, what's his name?
Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott. He was a 4th round pick, wasn't he?
Well, he was good until you paid him $75 million for 1 year.
I mean, you know,
Dak legit. The Panthers, the Cowboys' issues is not Dak, man. The Cowboys' issues is who you got running shit at the top.
Yeah,
and McCarthy.
I disagree, man. I don't think
Again,
Dak's
who
that
you
good,
got
bro.
running shit at the top? Who like, bro?
McCarthy's just a yes man.
Yeah,
That's it.
Jerry's like, yeah, McCarthy, I run the play. You shut the fuck up.
I mean,
Game on the line.
Dallas
Game on the
done what New England done way before New England. Who got in the way? Who got in the way and brought in Barry Switzer? Like that's Jerry.
He said,
bro.
I don't even know where Charlotte's at. Fucker, why y'all lost?
Yep. Man. And they also, he did a radio show today, either today or yesterday, saying, oh, I was never going to fire Mike McCarthy. We've been working our butts off to try and sign Dan Quinn to offer him more money to not go somewhere. I mean, and we knew Jerry Jones.
Dallas boys been saying, but from the beginning of the year, bro, fire Mike McCarthy and make Kellen Moore the head coach. They've been saying that.
I think Kellen Moore's overrated, bro.
Facts. Thank you.
Yeah, I do too.
I
do too. Why
does Kellen Moore got more hype than Eric Bieniemy? That's all I wanted. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
that's all
and there were times when their offense,
because his coach is a fucking dumbass.
But all their players, man, for all the talent they have, there were times when the Cowboys this year, their offense just stalled out. And I think that was part of the criticism of Kellen Moore. It's like you have too much talent to just all of a sudden peter out like that.
It's a quarterback, bro.
Yeah, man. You know what's crazy, Cody? When you talked about fizzing, like I don't know if you saw that stat where like Trayvon Diggs, like I know he went crazy with interceptions, but he also gave up like so many yards, man.
Over 1,200 yards.
Yeah,
but think about it. Think about it. He got Sam Darnold twice in one game. He got he got Zach Wilson twice in one game. There's like he got Jameis Winston, I think, once. He got Matt Ryan once. It's like the guys he intercepted twice a game are like really bad. Like Daniel Jones a couple times, Jalen Hurts a couple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look at the quarterbacks that they played against, like they wasn't any good.
Hey, look, I want to answer Josh's question real quick. If we pass on Pickett and he comes and balls out, all is not lost. Here's why. Because even if we become a middle of the pack team, no, seriously, in the next 2 years, there's going to be quarterbacks like the kid from Ohio State coming out. You got Bryce Young that'll be coming out. You got the Manning kid that'll eventually, because I think he committed to Georgia. That's another one that's coming. Who knows what DJ Uiagalelei might end up turning into. So there's going to be quarterbacks coming up. I mean, he looked horrible. I mean, he did. I'll say this. He looked bad this year. And Cody knows that's a soft spot for me and him because we But like he can turn a corner. You never know. Like I said, people forget. When y'all talked about Joe Burrow coming out of nowhere, go look at Joe Burrow's numbers at LSU. Same team year prior. His numbers at Ohio State when he got beat out by Dwayne Haskins. So it's possible for a guy to turn the corner.
Yeah, and John, this is a little bit Clemson oriented, but especially this year, DJ. I mean, dude, if DJ, this is his year, man. Pressure either bursts pipes or it makes diamonds.
Yes.
And now he has Cade Klubnik, the quarterback coming in from Texas.
Yes, sir.
And man, let me tell you, that kid is for real.
For real.
If DJ is going to do something, this is his year to do it, man.
He's going to end up Kelly Bryant if he don't.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying, man. Hey, man, whenever you're at Clemson, there is a lineage of quarterback play now.
Hey, real quick, guys. Real quick before we go on, who do y'all got this weekend?
Oh no, we're gonna ask everyone. I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to. We're going on almost 4 hours here, but I want to get everyone's thoughts on these final two playoff games. Let's talk about it, man. Let's start in the NFC. Rams and 49ers. What are y'all thinking for this match, man? I'm kind of thinking the Rams are just probably too talented. They got that super team. They remind me of like the Golden State Warriors that won all those championships. They're a super team, man.
Please, bro.
All these big time players, they're with the Rams now. So, I don't know. I kind of think that they're probably going.
They remind me of Tampa
Steph and
last
KD,
year.
man. There ain't no Steph and KD on that team, bro.
Nah, that I agree with. But they remind me of Tampa last year that finally figured it out. It is very, very hard to beat a team 3 times. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I know that. I think I saw something where Kyle Shanahan is like 9-0 against Sean McVay, here lately. But it's just like I said. I mean, New Orleans.
It's too hard to lose 10 in a row. You know what I'm saying?
Right. New Orleans beat the absolute dog shit out of Tampa at the beginning of the season last year. Beat them in the regular season the second time, and then in the playoffs it just fell apart. So it's just really hard to beat a team 3 times, man. I think the Rams have finally just figured out their formula. I just don't think that that's my Super Bowl pick. So I got the Rams.
So apparently there's this stat that the 49ers Or Sean McVay, he always loses to Shanahan and the 49ers, man.
Yep.
That's like his kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I thought the NFL was fixed last week. Watching Rams fumble the ball so many times, I was like, "What is going on?" Cam Akers fumbled twice. The center threw it over his head. I was like, "What in the Cooper Kupp even fumbled the ball?"
Yeah, they have so much talent though, man. Cooper Kupp, Odell Beckham, like they got players, man. And that defense, like, look, man,
that's right
Von Miller gives everybody PTSD, man, especially us. But when that guy is playing playoff football, like, dude, he looked like Von Miller again, man.
He really did, bro.
He really did. Like,
let me ask y'all a question, because I want to speak to something that Stubbs said about the NFL being rigged. I do got a question, because I've always spoke against this. Did any of y'all play high school football?
Absolutely.
I played in college.
I'm gonna tell a story. So my brother actually played in the NFL for a short period of time, man. When he was in high school, they played against Brandon Spikes. Went to linebacker for Florida. Yeah, bro. When he I think I'm probably about 5 years older than Brandon Spikes. When he walked on the field, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6'6".
He said he wasn't gonna play us, bro. I was there. He said he wasn't gonna play us. We sucked. And he played linebacker and running back and whooped our ass.
Right. So like Brandon Spikes, I'm 6'5", about 380 pounds, right? This man was bigger than me, bigger than me in pads, right? You know what I'm saying? So when he walked on the field, just the intimidation factor, that's what I think plays into a lot of this stuff with Brady, man. Is like, not only is Brady like the GOAT, like just overall, just incredible football player, that's a big old dude, man. Like, have y'all ever actually looked at Brady, like, or been to a game and seen him in person? Like, that intimidation shit is real. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think a lot of what the Rams were doing was it literally was just intimidation, because it's like, yo, if we mess up, this guy's coming back.
They even said that, because remember, they're like, Odell's like, well, that's a GOAT over there, and we were able to squeeze it out. It's almost like they was like, damn, we won. You know what I'm saying?
Did y'all remember? Y'all remember the Super Bowl, the year that the Patriots destroyed the Falcons, came back to win? There was that same clip of Julio Jones talking to someone else, and they were like, they were all happy and shit because they're winning, but then someone said, "Hey man, that's Tom Brady over there. That's Tom Brady over there. You can't sleep on that team, man." And then sure enough, what happens? And the same thing. Tom Brady almost came back and won that game, man.
Hell yeah.
But
he is one of one.
What's the difference between 28-3 and 27-3?
Exactly. And what a throw and catch by Stafford and Kupp. I mean, the safeties were stupid.
Man.
But
let me ask y'all this.
That was his fault.
I want to ask y'all this, man. Like, I've said this before. I've never been big on Matthew Stafford because of that narrative I kept on hearing that, man, he's a good quarterback, but he's just stuck on the Lions. Like, this year has kind of gone a long way in proving that. Did this year change your notion of who Matthew Stafford is as a quarterback, or is he just on a really good football team with a really good coach with a lot of talented players?
Yeah, what you just said. He's on a talented team, and he can make every throw. His decision making sometimes. But no, to answer your question, because if he loses this weekend, guess what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, "Oh, he couldn't do it. He had a stacked team." Jared Goff
I think
got
it's
to
gonna
the
be worse
Super
than
Bowl.
that.
He didn't.
Because
the reason I disagree with that narrative about him, Cody, is because you can make that same case for Marino. You can make that same case for Watson. Man, I'm telling you, it's so many. Watson. I don't know if people realize this, and this is the reason there's such a fever pitch for him. Watson had statistically one of the best seasons a quarterback has ever had. He had one of the best completion percentages we've ever seen, and they won 4 games. In a division with the Jaguars, in a division with the freaking, who else is in that division? The Jags, the Titans. You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's no quarterback setting the world on fire in that division.
But to be fair though, it's kind of like Dak a couple years ago. They would lose every game and they'd be down, and he would just have the garbage stats. Man.
But Houston was competitive in a lot of those games.
Not that last year. What I'm saying, that he broke all their records. It was that last. They won 4 games.
Yeah, they were down multiple scores, and he was on pace to have like 6,000 passing yards because most of the statistics he made were in trash time essentially.
Right,
Yeah.
but that just further proves the narrative that you have to have you got to be on the right team. Like it's just got to be.
It's true. The only one that wasn't in trash time was the one against New England where him and Cam Newton both had. He had 400. Cam Newton had about 343 in that one, and that was in regulation against like one of the worst defenses. So even the Patriots, when they played the Patriots out of conference, had one of the worst defenses. So
I really want Cincinnati to win. I really do, but I think Kansas City gonna win the whole thing.
I do too.
Yeah, so let's move on. So hold on. Let's move on. Let's move on to that game. Chiefs and Bengals. Man, let me tell you, dude. It's like what Tony was saying earlier. Like, how do you not like Joe Burrow? Like, I really just don't like. Dude, that guy got his ass kicked, y'all.
He's showing you.
You know what amazes me though, honestly.
He's showing you how bad Sam is.
Well, here's the catch though.
Yeah.
Y'all remember being told that that David Tepper tried in vain to trade up and get him, only to keep getting denied because Cincinnati flat out would not trade that first pick they took Burrow with.
Yeah, they said he was like.
Who did you say was trying to trade up?
Tepper.
Tepper. He was trying to trade up, and they would not do it.
There was no way they were going to do that. He's LeBron up there, bro. Like that's where he's from.
I heard he was he was like pitching fit too because he couldn't get his way. I heard he was like throwing chairs. And he really wanted Joe Burrow, but you got to understand.
I don't blame Cincinnati, man. That situation, how that worked out for that franchise, man. If you want to know the truth, to me it mirrors the success. Doesn't the immediate success anyway, but it almost mirrors Newton to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's a match made in heaven, man. And like I know Cam's from Atlanta, but the proximity of 85 and him coming to Charlotte and Burrow's from Cincinnati. There was just no way that was like it was like LeBron going to Cleveland.
Yeah, the stars aligned.
On top of that, I don't even think just him and being like the hometown kind of hero story that just adds to it a little bit. But like that quarterback class was not the best in the history of the world. He was clearly the best of that class. He had he checked all the boxes, and Cincinnati needed a quarterback. So I don't think there's really anything you could offer at that point. Like it would be like, hey, I'll pay you $1 billion for this meal right here, but if I'm on an island starving, there ain't no amount of money that's going to let me give up that steak.
Hey, Tony, I'll tell you this though. I guarantee you there would have been real conversations if he came out in this last year draft that he would have went over Trevor Lawrence. And I love Trevor. I love Trevor.
Trevor is like one of the things is what would it have taken to get Jacksonville to move off of that pick? It's like impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like just sorry. Like I mean, we ain't trying to be mean about it, but we just want to go to the
But by the way, and we were talking a little bit earlier about Cowherd talking about what precedent this sets going forward. Dude, if you have the number 1 pick in the draft and there's a quarterback that is the cannot miss, must select. Yeah, you could look at Jacksonville right now, but you're also going to look at Joe Burrow and the Bengals and say, man, if I have my Joe Burrow sitting there ready for me to select and I earned the first pick by being that terrible, dude, you don't move off of that.
And we have no idea how good he is. Their O-line is worse than ours, I believe. I'm serious.
No. 20 versus 31st. 20 versus 31st. It's a clear line.
But it's also they're also where they went this past year and drafted the wide receiver that he chased right next to him.
Yeah.
That set the combo for the next 10 years probably.
Yeah. Hey Cody, you're not lying. That was a ballsy move, man. When you consider him getting his freaking ACL torn last year, horrible offensive line play,
and Penei Sewell sitting right there.
And your first pick is Jamar Chase. Exactly. But look how it paid off, man.
And dude, how about Joe Burrow? Like the thing I love about Joe Burrow, that man has no fear. This dude had his ACL shredded to shit just last year. And this man is cool, calm, and collected.
Not even that, bro. Swag. drip and swag.
Compare that to Sam Darnold, who one
I'd rather not.
Discharge.
one hit, and that guy is flustered for the rest of the day.
Hey,
and like
man,
that's part. Earlier, John, you were asking me about Malik Willis, and just as people who aren't able to interview these dudes, like that's when you have to go look at interviews and go read about who these players are outside of football, because you have to look at who is that dog. Who has that fighter, warrior mentality that you're going to want leading your football team? And to be fair, that's what a lot of people are saying about Kenny Pickett as well. They say that he also has that kind of Joe Burrow type of bravado. So it's just something to factor into your evaluation.
Hey, you know what, Cody, man? I know I'm going to get killed for this, bro. I'm going to get killed for this. But
no, I got you, bro.
Nah, it's cool because I stand on the stuff I say, man. I'm not
10 toes down.
10 toes
That's
down.
why we love you, bro.
But man, look, I don't know why I just have this impartialness to Darnold, man, because part of me feels bad for the guy, but at the same time, I've seen flashes of this guy. Like I can see what Matt Rule and them saw in games that he played. Like, I'll give you an example this year, and I'm not caping for him being our quarterback moving forward, so please don't get this misconstrued. But I also don't give a crap to give my own opinion. Man, that last drive in that Minnesota game, like, if I could bottle that up and recreate that in Sam Darnold would actually be a pretty good quarterback. He's just not consistent. But like Robbie dropped a pass on third down that would have gave them a 4th and 3, but instead there was a 4th and 10. Right? Michael Jordan finally makes an instinctive play on a block to help out.
Finally makes some play.
Yeah, and he threw a dart to Ian Thomas, one of the best, prettiest looking balls you will ever see a quarterback throw.
I think his eyes were closed when he threw it too, bro. To be honest with
you. Regardless. But then he comes back again off a back foot and throws one to DJ. Then he throws, obviously the pass to Robbie Anderson to score, and then the shuffle pass to Trimble to get us into, to overtime or whatever. And it's just like, I've seen throws like that from him. But when you talk about the mental makeup, I think Sam Darnold's biggest issue is just that. Like, I think Malcolm spoke on it earlier. This guy has mental. Yes, he is extremely insecure, and he has developed. I talked about muscle memory before with him. I made that comparison to Conor McGregor. How when McGregor fought Mayweather, he kept pounding him on top of the head. Sam Darnold has muscle memory that bad habits that were never fixed in college and coming into the NFL. That unfortunately, by the time he could fix it, would be far too late for him to have a starting career in the league.
Damage.
Yeah,
that's the big problem with him.
So this poses a question here for you. McAdoo obviously had that article that described, what he saw in Darnold, that he saw his flaws.
Yeah.
So do you think with him coming in as the offensive coordinator that he will work with Darnold to try and fix some of his mechanics to try and make him a more competent quarterback?
I feel like he's trying to make him compete against somebody.
I think he can, but
I'm gonna be honest, man. I think Sam's done, bro.
I think it's possible that
even Rule was kind of backing off with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
But
Sam's biggest issue is marrying his feet to the route. Dan Orlovsky pointed this out. I was going to do a video on this, but he showed where if you watch Sam's drop back, Sam has one of the shorter drop backs. If you noticed, going into after that Giants game the following week, they changed Sam's drop out of a shotgun from 3 steps to 5. Why?
Yeah.
Because he drops so fast. Like he's too fast, and they can't slow him down. And like that's probably his biggest issue. That's why there were so many like interceptions, that drops y'all talked about with the balls being too high.
It messes your routine. It messes a lot of the route chemistry up. And here's the problem though. He developed that playing for the Jets, because he was getting hit all the time in Jets. So he's thinking, let me get away from the line of scrimmage really quick.
Yeah, he did that in college too, bro. Let's be real.
Oh, shit. I don't know. But that's like the opposite of Baker Mayfield, because Baker Mayfield, they had to shorten his drop because he had what was known as a punch step, where he would kind of take an extra step in his drop because he was so short. So what that meant was so he can get further away from the offensive line.
Yes.
But that also, again, messed up the routes. And a lot of the times when he was throwing the wide receivers,
that's why he's so late with it.
Timing up.
And also, going back to the Joe Burrow thing too, like they're just afraid to plant their feet and throw. Like a lot of times, even from a clean pocket, you'll see them drifting to the direction that they're throwing to. Like if their receiver is out to the left, you see them like sidestepping to the left rather than planting your feet, facing your target, and getting the football out of your hands. I also think that him trying to, like what Malcolm just said, he's so fast in his drop that he's ready to throw the ball before his receivers have even gotten out of their break to separate. Right. So it's like he's so nervous about getting annihilated.
But I do have a question.
Yeah.
Cody, I do have a question. Is it possible? I'm not saying it is. I'm only asking you, hypothetically. Is it possible that because of the fast drop, but also still having the time, if he had a little bit better O-line play, do you think you could get more production out of Sam Darnold?
No.
Yeah.
Well, let's also remember that McAdoo, when Sam Darnold was coming out in the draft, McAdoo said he didn't like him and he doesn't think he's going to be a good professional quarterback. That's what McAdoo said back then. So if McAdoo didn't like him then, and McAdoo's already been proven right, then I'm sure he took the job. You're going to try, but.
How do y'all feel about?
The problem now is you can't fix it. You can't fix the issue because it is.
I mean, look at Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
Look, let's be real. None of us would be excited about it, but I think if we're just being realistic, looking at what Sam Darnold was able to do in those 3 games, if you gave him a better offensive line, yeah, maybe he could be a Jimmy Garoppolo kind of player.
Man,
not to pass the ball.
That's always been my argument for him, Cody.
Except for single
That's
reads.
always been my argument for him. Sam Darnold, if you go look at the year that made Sam Darnold famous, because that's what people forget. The last time USC was even relevant was
when
him.
he saw Ghost.
31 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Hey, look, I mean, I know we talk about the Ghost thing or whatever, but Sam Darnold's second year in New York, 19 touchdowns. Yes, he had 11 interceptions, but Sam Darnold was over 500 as a starting quarterback. So, like, those are things that people just don't want to look at because of our hate for him. But you got to look at what's real. He comes here to a team that has more offensive line variations than any team has ever had in the history of the NFL. Yeah. How do you expect to be successful?
Okay, and the 31st ranked pass blocking unit in the league. I mean, he's averaging less than 2 seconds.
29 in run
to pass.
And by the way, I still don't believe that Miami was worse than us. Like apparently they were 32. Dude, I call bullshit.
Miami was one of those. Miami's one of those teams that got better as the season went along.
Yes,
they started mixing in those little short passes, the RPOs, and then when they did that, they started stepping up. They were able to throw.
We did that all the time in Alabama.
I tell you what, I think what Miami did. Miami let everybody know that they wanted to trade for Watson, and it pissed Tua off, and Tua went up there like the world on fire. Because he started playing a lot better.
He really wasn't though.
Well, I'm just saying
he just finally adapted to the he adapted to the RPO offense. He was kind of getting the ball out, but again, Yak and production after the catch was still making him look a hell of a lot better.
I think Waddle helped a lot.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
Do y'all feel with Ben McAdoo coming in and his, whether it's a long history or not, of him identifying who's the best quarterback in the draft? Or who has the most upside? You feel like this is a quarterback? Like you think we're going for a quarterback? You feel more comfortable?
No, we're not getting a quarterback.
Well, on Debate My Take, this is one of the questions on me and Tony's Debate My Take that we did. Is it possible that Ben McAdoo being in the organization will help us evaluate talent better? Because he very famously liked Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson
and Mahomes.
Mahomes. Yep. So, maybe Ben McAdoo, if you have this guy coming banging on your door saying, look, man, I know it wasn't a part of your plans, but this Malik Willis guy is a damn good football player. Like, you have to listen to this guy now.
And listen, Cody, and this might set the world on fire. But with you saying that, there's a good chance that if he convinces Tepper, convinces Fitter, it don't even matter about Rule. If he convinces those two of that same thing because of that track record, we could very well take Malik Willis at number 6.
Yeah,
I think we're taking a quarterback. I really do, man.
I think somebody's going to trade up for a quarterback in the top 10.
That's true as well. Pittsburgh, Philly.
Hey, so let me ask y'all real quick. Hey, to get back on topic, is there anyone that thinks the Bengals are going to be able to pull this off against the Chiefs?
No. I think they can. I think they can. I mean, they've already proved, earlier this year that they could beat them. But, the obvious thing is you got to go to Arrowhead this time. They played in Cincinnati the first time. So the question is, how is the crowd noise going to affect the communication up front on the offensive line? Can they protect Joe Burrow? And can Joe Burrow make the necessary plays to keep up with the Kansas City offense?
Because it's loud.
Did you hear what Joe Burrow said about that?
He said he don't
Joe Burrow said, I played in SEC games. They're that loud.
Yeah, but
he's right,
what he did. I mean, he said they're louder. He just shrugged the whole opinion off.
All I'm going to say
that's what I like about it.
There's only one person Patrick Mahomes lost to in the playoffs, and that's the GOAT. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, but you know what?
Let's
back up. Last week, I know we don't like to talk about this, but last week the Kansas City defense played as bad as Buffalo Bills defense at the end of the game. The only reason why Kansas City won is because they got the coin flip right. It's because Josh Allen said tails instead of heads. That's the only reason why Kansas City won.
We're not going to give Pat no credit for.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But let's ask yourself: if Josh Allen would have said heads, and it turned out heads, and he walked out there and threw the ball,
whoever wins that coin toss is probably going to win. But John, I love how you just said that though, and I'm not saying that that's what you were saying, Kenneth. But there is now this narrative where it's like, oh, they have Tyreek Hill, oh, they have Travis Kelce, oh, they have Andy Reid. They have Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy. Bro,
that's true, though.
People, I feel like people are not giving Patrick Mahomes enough credit.
Yeah.
This man had 13 seconds to get into field goal range, and this man is like, dude, it's like the easiest shit in the world for him to throw a perfect pass right in the biggest moment of a football game. Like, even that
he's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Even that game-winning touchdown to Travis Kelce, where he threw that ball with power and touch to the far side of the end zone. Dude, Patrick Mahomes is special.
All I'm going to say is this: if that dude wins another Super Bowl this year, that's 2 rings. That's 4. Was it 4 Super Bowl appearances? Like, it's a whole different conversation. Like,
that would be
3 appearances, 2 in 3 years.
Yeah,
and I think it's 4 straight AFC
championships.
4 straight AFC championships.
Is it AFC championships, or have they hosted it 4 straight times?
They've also that too. It's been 4 and 4 and 4.
And let's be real. Tom Brady was a game manager those first 3.
Only one other team has done that.
Hey, Bosh. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tony.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and guess who was their coach?
Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't have the Super Bowl success then, but
to K. Bosh's point, Tom Brady. Now, I ain't taking anything away from Brady, but you can go look this up for yourself. You know how many touchdowns Tom Brady threw
0.
his first Super Bowl run?
Oh, I know the Super Bowl. He
threw the
0.
whole playoffs. 1 touchdown the entire playoffs.
Tom Brady has won 2 Super Bowls where he has not thrown a touchdown pass.
Yes.
I think the thing that hurts the most about the Chiefs game is the fact that we see Harrison Butker, who should be a Panther, kicking that game-tying field goal with 3 minutes on the clock.
But he
has been very good for them since he left. But you're right, he missed one and he missed an extra point. But here is that despite us even wanting Butker, I guess one of the things that we're probably going to have to really start thinking about on this show going forward is like, how is this Tabor guy going to come in and coach a special teams that don't have any players right now? We're going to have to re-sign all of them. Zane Gonzalez, you got to, like, you know what I'm saying? You got a punt. You don't have a punter signed for next year. You don't have a field goal kicker, and you don't even got a punt returner. Like, he gets to go pick his own players at least.
I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot. Why did we release Joseph Carlton in the first place?
Oh, because there was this false narrative floating out there by statistic heads that he was like at the bottom of the league. Then he got injured, but in punts. But I feel like I always saw him sticking people deep.
Yeah, but every I feel like every game, or not every game, but every couple of weeks he would just shank one so bad. It almost felt like, every 2 weeks it was like, damn, 10-yard punt.
I mean,
to be honest,
he did have a mental fortitude, because his first punt in practice 2 years ago or whatever was over the wall the wrong way.
He should have never cut Pilardi.
I remember when we had Harrison Butker on the football team, and we were deciding between Graham Gano and Harrison Butker. I was like, let's get younger. Go with the younger big leg kicker. And dude, we didn't.
And a no-brainer. Stupid ass Gano just he contributed as much to the downfall of the Carolina Panthers than anybody. And missed me with that fucking 2017 shit that he is still good. Missed the field goal in the Super Bowl that would have brought us within 3, changed the dynamics of the game.
Exactly.
Missed the field goal to win the opening game against the Denver Broncos in 2016 that led to basically led to the Cam getting, not like that play led, but it was like it started us. I swear, if we win that game in week 1, the story of the Carolina Panthers would have been different.
Yeah.
Could have, would have.
Hey man,
my point earlier was to talk about the Kansas City defense.
4 hours, wow.
Being if Kansas City defensive line doesn't step up, then Joe Burrow's may have time to make the betting marks.
Chris Jones
Chris Jones is gonna wreak havoc, bro.
I got Kansas City, the Rams. That's my pick. Kansas City, the Rams. I want to pick the Bengals. I don't got enough stones to do it just yet. I picked against them last week, even though they're my darling team. But, I was just thinking, man, the Titans have been here. We underestimate the Titans too much. I'm overthinking this.
Tannehill got exposed.
I just don't think they're going to be able to do it twice against the Chiefs. And then Tyreek Hill plays football and fast forward, dude. Man,
I've never seen a receiver like it.
I will say this though, dude. I'm taking Cincinnati plus the points though. 7.5 is a lot of points.
All right. I'm taking the Chiefs to win it all right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got the Chiefs beating Cincinnati 31-14.
I think it's going to be the 49ers and Kansas City in a Super Bowl.
They're going to smack.
If Jimmy Garoppolo goes to another fucking Super Bowl,
I tell you what,
it's probably going to happen, bro.
Just because I want to change up. Like, look, I legit think the Kansas City Chiefs are the best team in football and have been for the past 3 years. But I'm gonna do it, man. I'm gonna make my predictions. I'm gonna go with the Bengals, man. I'm with C-Dog, dude. I think Joe Burrow is special, and I'm not guaranteeing that he's gonna be able to pull it off. But if there is any offense and team that could do it, man, it's the Cincinnati Bengals, bro. I like Jamar Chase. And hey, look, T. Higgins is out there. I know John knows how special T is.
Sir.
T is, that's another number one. They got 2 number 1 wide receivers up there, man.
Don't forget about Joe Mixon.
Yeah, Joe Mixon's a really good running back coming to his own.
Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, Uzama, Chad Uzama, I think. Yeah, man, they've got a squad. But listen, y'all, my earbuds are about to die. We have just been 4 hours on the Friday free-for-all, man. Y'all are incredible, man. Shout out to each and every one of you, man. I appreciate all of you for coming, hanging out. This is the show for Panther fans, by Panther fans. You can come on here and make your voice heard on the C3 Friday free-for-all. Is anybody have any final words they want to say before we get out of here?
Keep pounding.
Hey. Smoke weed every day.
Everybody have a good weekend. Enjoy football, and maybe one day we'll actually get to host one of these championship games. You know what I'm saying?
And by the way, Kevin, they just put out a study that apparently cannabis does help with COVID of some sort.
I saw that.
Hey, man, for your health, bro. But hey, that has been it for this edition of the C3 Friday free-for-all. My name is Cody Lashley. Join us here every Friday at 7 p.m. to make your voice heard, and Tuesday night at 9 p.m. when we host our flagship C3 podcast. I'm your host, Cody Lashley, and until next time, keep pounding.
Keep pounding.